Okay. Spread the rumor. Good morning. Good morning. We will call the January 27th regular Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Can we start with the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Cousin Mickey?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Can we get the acknowledged certificate of posting?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes. Board announcements. Do any supervisors have any updates or announcements?
Real quick, just COG just approved the regional transportation plan for 2050. If anybody for 2025 through 2050, so 25-year plan that's required every so often. So if anybody would like to know more about that, please go to the COG website, take a look. If you have any questions, myself and Supervisor Velasquez are on COG. Thank you.
The only thing I have, Mr. Chair, is I attended the NACO Rural Caucus meeting, and I CC'd you, I believe, on some of my notes. Some of their focus this year is on rural roads, hospitals, and transportation. So I thought that was a great theme for the Rural Caucus to align with some of our goals that we'll talk about later.
Yeah. All right. We'll move on to public comments. Opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. Is there any public comment?
If you, excuse me, if you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Margie Barrios.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable supervisors, staff, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I am here to introduce a wonderful addition to the Community Foundation for San Benito County. I will ask her to come up in a little bit, but Cassandra Kardashoff started with the Community Foundation on November 17th, 2025. So she's relatively new, but I can tell you this, she's already done a lot and it's continuing to move forward in a really positive way. So as one of the members of the Board of Directors of the Community Foundation, I am really excited. I'm honored to have her on board. She brings with her a broad spectrum of experience, leadership roles ranging from grassroots organizations, programs, to well-known and established organizations like the Hewlett Foundation, among others, the San Luis Obispo Community Foundation, Humboldt Foundation. So it's over 15 years of leadership experience. We love her vision for our county, our diverse county. She believes in us and she believes in our goals. And that is really important to the board of the Community Foundation. We are already seeing her strive to build stronger community partnerships. And as we all know, without those partnerships, we cannot be successful. So she understands the importance of that for us. In the short time she's been with us, she's already moving us forward on a strategic planning process. We've already met, we've got a committee going, and that's a lot to put together, and we're moving forward on that. We will be including not only the board, the foundation board, but the nonprofits, the donors, the community at large. So we're going to do a lot of outreach to make sure that those folks are all included in the planning process. Cassandra's love, as she says, is community-based philanthropy. And that is what the Community Foundation for San Benito County is all about. So thank you. We're so fortunate that she chose us and we chose her. So we're looking forward to working with her, and so far, so good. There's so much more I can say about her. The list is long. I don't know if you read the article, the newspapers interviewed her, and she comes with, like I said, a world of leadership experience. I'm sure that many of you will be crossing paths with her because she's reaching out. I already know she's meeting and has met with a lot of community leaders. And, but you will be, I'm sure, like I said, crossing paths because she knows more about what we want. Her priorities are going to be for us. So Cassandra, come on up. Thank you for being here. And I would like for her to be able to talk to you a little bit. Cassandra Cardashaw.
What a kind introduction. Thank you so much, Margie. And it's such a pleasure to get to meet all of you, and I really look forward to working together in the future. When I was at the Community Foundation in San Luis Obispo County, it was during 2020, and we partnered really closely with our government officials because there was so much money coming through to be able to support the community in a pressing time. And then we had floods and all sorts of different disasters, and working hand in glove with the Board of Supervisors was the key ingredient for our success and to be able to sustain the efforts that we made after the pandemic and after some of those federal funding dollars went away. I really look forward to partnering with each one of you and working across party lines to solve for the pressing issues in our community. As you may know, the foundation has two initiatives that we currently run. One is the San Benito Leadership Institute, which helps build the future leaders of tomorrow because we need strong leadership in our community. We cannot rely on the way that we've done business in the past to meet the pressing needs of what's happening in the future. And so the Leadership Institute was something that we helped to incubate. Also, we have another initiative which supports seniors in our community with the general plan. The general plan will be presented to you, I believe, in the next couple of meetings, and you'll get to hear about the general plan for aging and what happens if we don't move and come together because we have an aging population. And I look forward to working with all of you to come up with what these solutions can look like for our community. I also want to applaud you on some recent work that you've done. First, when I met with Antonio, the executive director of the food bank, he shared with me that the commitment for food during the government shutdown was larger in our county than it was in Monterey. So thank you for stepping up to the table to ensure that community members didn't go hungry during that period of time. I also want to thank you for approving the housing element, which helps unlock so much money for our nonprofits to tackle homelessness and so much more. So I really look forward to partnering with you. Philanthropy and private partners and government partnership, if we all work together, we can really move the needle on some really big issues that together we wouldn't be able to do if we were doing it as individuals. So thank you. I look forward to working with you, and I will leave some cards in the back. So should you want to reach out, I'm ready and willing to roll up my sleeves with you to make a difference in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in chambers, Tammy Aviles.
Well, that's a hard act to follow. Good morning. My name is Tammy Aviles, and I am with the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library. And I just wanted to thank the supervisors in advance for making some time to meet with the Library Expansion Committee just for an update and, just to continue to share the vision and move the project forward, hopefully. And I just wanted to share, there was a recent Facebook post where someone had posted, looking for a small little room to have a Zoom interview. And that's included in our vision with the small study rooms, as well as defined areas for the children's, teens, and adults. A little, making use of the space that we will have with the expansion. So just wanted to, kind of bring that to you and share. And then, in addition, as a member of the Board of Seniors Council, I want to thank Cassandra for mentioning the Master Plan for Aging, and just a reminder that this Wednesday on January 28th at 1:30, there is a Zoom meeting with all of the work groups, just to kind of kick the year off and continue our work in taking care of our seniors, the ever-growing community of seniors that we have here in San Benito. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Rob Bernowski.
Good morning, Chairman Zanger and Board of Supervisors. I'm here to do a couple of things, but most of all to express my extreme thanks. I'm going to cry, but I'm not going to. To you as a body for two things that you've done. One was keeping our fire department intact as it is, and then two, acting as the backstop, although it wasn't needed, but at least to put pressure on the San Benito County Health Care District. As some of you know, I was in, what some would say a horrific car accident a couple of weeks ago, and the fire department was able to respond immediately. It was on Fairview Road, I forget, coming off 156. But even then I realized when that red truck pulled up, how lucky we were, both me and my wife, that it was an instantaneous, response almost. And also the fire department's attention to detail. Because we have a sufficient number, I would say, they were able to spend some time there. And I don't want to go into all the details, but them helping my wife, I learned in retrospect, to find things like my hearing aid and some other things that we left in the car that we saw the fireman the day after, a week later, and he said, no, it's in there, whatever I lost. And we went back to the junkyard, and sure enough, we found it. But I just think about every family that's involved in a horrific thing like that, and to be able to have a quick response. You guys are responsible for that. And also, I remember the ambulance ride, it just seemed like it was forever, but it was just from, we'll call it 156 or Los Fibros Road to Hazel Hawkins. But for my wife to be able to visit instantaneously and manage things there on our behalf, you guys get all the credit for that. And that's government, that's working. And I just wanted to remind you and the public and anybody else that's watching is, public safety is job number one. And all of you have taken a leadership position in that one way or another, and I'm truly appreciative of it. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Austin Curtis.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, and the public. My name is Austin Curtis. I'm the county librarian. I just wanted to let you know of a survey that we have going this week running at the library. It's part of a statewide initiative by the California State Library called Every Story Counts. And basically, it's to gather information of why communities are using their libraries, and we can take this information and kind of use it to shape the future of the library. So if you're interested, the survey is available on our social media, our website, and at the library. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few on Zoom. Joe, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. So I was looking through the future agenda items. I noticed we have I noticed that Kira had placed a request to discuss the meeting schedule, possibly an evening meeting schedule, and that the issue is expected to be resolved by February 24th. So now in less than 1 month, we will see on camera and on the minutes written down for posterity who stands with the people, who recognizes our rights, who is silent on the matter, or who is opposed to the matter. This will be recorded on paper, on digital files, and on camera. I will be publicizing the outcome of this on social media and on YouTube, and I'll be also posting my YouTube videos on social media for a good measure. I'm also working on a ballot initiative in case nothing happens. It seems like a pretty clear-cut, straightforward process, at least as far as getting the initiative done. I'm not sure when I could start, but if we I'm not sure when we could start. If we the people must start, maybe we won't. Maybe by February 24th we'll have a change. But the point is that I'm still working on a backup plan in case nothing works out. But again, if this does not work out, everyone will know. I just want to make sure that that stands clear, is that knowledge is power and the people reign supreme. And I will make sure we continue to be empowered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Stacy, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I wanted to share with you briefly one of the many projects that I am working on that I'm very passionate about. It's called a San Benito County Readiness Group. It's a VOAD. For those that are not familiar with VOADs, VOAD, VOADs are voluntary organizations active in disaster. So for those who know me, you might know that I'm a bit of a disaster preparedness geek, and especially where we live with our limited resources, disaster preparedness is so critically important. So the VOAD for San Benito County, or San Benito County Readiness, is a coalition of organizations like the Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, the local Red Cross, our local radio operators, ARES and ACES Radio Communications. And we are working with our County Office of Emergency Services to coordinate, to have a coordinated response after a disaster. So the mission of VOADS is to foster cooperation, communication, coordination, and collaboration among organizations to improve disaster response and recovery. And one of the key notes about recovery is a prepared, resilient community is able to recover more quickly after a disaster and at less cost to its community. And unfortunately, the people who can least afford a disaster are often the ones that are most harshly struck. So the function of VOADs, they're often referred to as secondary responders, acting after emergency services like police and fire, and working throughout the entire disaster cycle from preparedness to recovery. VOADs operate at the national, state, and local levels, and there are over 50 national organizations that support VOADs. So I just wanted to share that with you so you would know one of the things that your community members are working for without taxpayer money, without additional burdens to our government, to help our community be more resilient and manage the next disaster, because it's not if, it's when. So the other thing I'd like to just remind you is I'm still concerned about the Prop 172 money. What happened to it? Where did it go? When are we going to find out? And lastly, I was speaking with a friend of mine recently about the ag element, part of the planning department. Apparently there have not been any meetings because there's no staff. So that's pretty unfortunate. And my time is up. Thank you so much.
Next on Zoom, Claudia, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Claudia Regalado. I'm a property owner on Lovers Lane. My plan was to join the Pacheco Storm District meeting last night, but unfortunately the Zoom link was not working. I'm just here to share my story. I was one of the homeowners that was affected by the 23 flood. My parents, who are 88 and 83 years old, also own a home directly across the street from where I own property. What I'm sharing today is not only my experience, but the experience of multiple neighbors in our community. After the 23 flood, the county promised to build trenches on our side of Lovers Lane, where homes are located to help prevent this from happening again. The trench has still not been built. We are also told that debris on Hoagie Lane trench was to be cleared. That has not happened either. Today, that trench remains clogged with trees, branches, and debris. As a result, water has nowhere to go. When it rains, our front yards literally turn into pools. The water rises so quickly that it looks like an ocean with ripples across the surface. During the 23 flood, livestock drowned, families with children and elderly residents were evacuated by boat, and our neighborhood was completely overwhelmed. Now, every time we see water begin to collect in front of our homes, it triggers severe anxiety and PTSD for many of us. We relive what happened in 23 and fear that it will happen again. This situation is not just an inconvenience, it's psychologically, emotionally, and financially devastating, especially for elderly residents like my parents. As a community, we have waited patiently, promises by the county, but we have seen no meaningful action. We have observed county employees assigned to clean up standing around without actually addressing the blocked trenches. This feels like a waste of taxpayers' money and a failure to protect a community that has already suffered significant loss. We were recently told that funding may not be accessible until next winter. This means we are expected to wait for another flood before action is taken. That is not acceptable. Debris removal and basic maintenance should not be delayed while our homes remain at risk. I respectfully invite our district representatives and members of the board to walk Lovers Lane during a heavy rain. If you do, you will see firsthand the dangerous conditions we live with every storm. I ask you to please put yourselves in our place. Imagine water rising toward your home, knowing what happened before, knowing your elderly parents at risk, and knowing help was promised but never delivered. We are asking for action now before any other disaster occurs, not after. Thank you for your time and listening to our community. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. And before I forget, County Council had an announcement about today's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Item 2.1 on the public hearing agenda is being continued off calendar. It will be rescheduled for a future date. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to consent agenda. These matters shall be considered as a whole and without discussion unless a particular item is removed from the consent agenda. Any supervisors have items they wish to remove from consent?
1.9, please.
1.9. Supervisor Curlo Velasquez, any others? Okay, so just 1.9 then. We will do public comment on consent.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, thank you. So is there a motion to approve all of consent except for 1.9?
So moved. Second.
Great, first and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Now to 1.9, Supervisor Kuzmicki.
Yeah, thank you. As Steve comes up. So purchase for a new wood chipper, total amount 111,000 plus to replace sounds like a very old model, not California Air Resources Board compliant. So the reason I thought of what I'm going to ask is because it's not compliant with air quality standards. Have we had an opportunity to look into any potential grants to fund this replacement? In particular, maybe like CAL FIRE. I know they offer fire prevention, wildfire area grants, that sort of thing.
So, good morning, Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. For this specific piece of equipment, a wood chipper, we have not seen a grant that's available for that piece of equipment. We can continue to pursue that, but I haven't seen an opportunity for that. And a little bit of background on this, the funding for this, first of all, grant, always an excellent idea, but the funding for this actually comes from what is called the Road Equipment Impact Fund. And so it doesn't impact the general fund, which is somewhat secondary to having a free grant pay for funding. So that's the answer to the question.
Okay, yeah, no, I understand the part about the impact, but then we could use that money toward other equipment if we found a way to pay for this sort of thing. I always want to try to keep an eye open for grants for these particular types of machinery, just because this, you could make an argument that wood chipper plays a role in fire prevention potentially. So I just think it maybe is worth just another look if there's no urgency. I know it's a very old machine.
Yeah, noted. I was just going to mention there is a bit of urgency. We actually recently repaired the old wood chipper, and then it broke a day later. So I'm not even sure it's repaired at this moment. And there is quite a bit of wood debris on some of our right-of-way shoulders at the moment. So it is a bit of an urgent item, actually.
Okay. I guess I'd be fine supporting it in light of that, but I would just request that we at least take a quick look before anything's signed, to see if there's any, cursory availability of grants, particularly like CAL FIRE. It sounds like, I know
Absolutely.
I'm on the Monterey Air Resources Board, and unfortunately, I don't think this fits into any of the diesel fuel, landscape equipment. I looked, those are sort of smaller level.
But we can absolutely look before we make the purchase.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
You bet.
Great. Yep. The question I have is, I only saw one price. Did we get bids on this, or are we just going with one source?
So we went to a website called Sourcewell, which is a government procurement list of options, and our public works superintendent went through that list that has various equipment and options. They have catalogs of equipment, and this was the one that was selected to be the best bang for the buck, essentially.
So we did not get multiple bids.
We went through Sourcewell, which has multiple options. It's a government website.
In the future, I'd like to make sure we're seeing multiple pricing bids from different companies that offer these for sale, please.
Supervisor Velasquez, to your question, similar to the COG, the staff has been using the Sourcewells for a while to make purchases, and there are significant purchases, like $100,000, $250,000 purchases. It is easier to just go and select what the state has pre-select as vendors, preferred vendors. But I believe we're missing the opportunity that local vendors may have to provide school. So I'm working with County Council to change that and to make it a bidding process, or give the opportunity to local vendors and vendors around the area as well that can provide us with quotes. It might be worth for us maybe to save money in when making those purchases.
I agree. And in the past, I saw this happen at the city where we were purchasing this way, and we found later by going out to bid, we actually found some that are equivalent, some that are lower, and they were local. So I want to make sure we're putting that out there rather than just accepting something that's listed by the state. So I agree with you. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, if we did put it off, you said there's obviously some debris that needs to be picked up 2 weeks. I mean, could we potentially put it off to get 3 quotes or something? I don't know how we would do that. A bidding process takes longer, so.
I think Mr. Chair, I would just say, I think on this, we're at that point already. We have to make a decision. I'm just saying in the future, I want to make sure we're having multiple bids on this. I know we're in that season now where it's debris cleaned up and we got to get moving. So I can understand the urgency on this. I just want to make sure for the future, we don't go through this again. We see multiple local bids first, and then we move forward. So we can get going on the work that needs to be done.
Supervisor Grow?
So I agree completely with the bidding process. I also know that from historical bidding, sometimes it takes longer for staff to go through the bidding process than going through one of these sources. I think there should be something in the procurement policy that addresses this, so staff are following what we update in the procurement policy to ensure that we're using local whenever possible. I don't know if we have wood chippers in San Benito County even to bid this, but it's definitely something that it needs to be the theme that we're looking at local.
Yes.
To be able to keep those tax dollars here. So
Yes,
I
it's
agree.
not,
Thank you.
it shouldn't be taken that long because this essentially will be quotes that you get for equipment. It's like buying a car. You go through the different dealerships around the area for a similar car, and then you get quotes, and then you make a decision. Same thing with this. If it's not a formal procurement process like a construction project, but it's quotes that we need to get from the local vendors.
Just making sure that that's addressed clearly in the procurement process, so staff have the direction and that we're all enforcing it.
Sounds good. Thank you. Will do.
Do you want to?
No, I'm just wondering if there's a will to just move this forward in light of what Supervisor Velasquez said about timing, or want to pause this?
I would rather move it forward just because of the urgency. I know right now that there are still quite a few trees on the sides of the road in South County that I'm getting calls about, so I know that this is pending that issue. So I am supportive of moving it forward at this time.
Me as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve, though, with direction to staff to do at least a quick glance at the grant opportunities that may be out there.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curl?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Great. Okay, then we will be moving on to regular agenda. So that concludes consent. Item 3.1, receive a presentation regarding the San Benito County River Cleanup Project and provide staff direction.
All right, once again, good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. I'm Steve Liu, Public Works Administrator, and per the direction of the board, multiple county departments have worked together to clean up the riverbed during the past several months, and we are now going to be providing an update to the board and members of the public regarding the details of that cleanup and the status of that cleanup. And the first member of that encampment working group who will be providing some details in that regard is Selena Stotler, our integrated waste manager. So.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. I'm joined today by Tracy Belton and Enrique Arriola with Health and Human Services. Before we get started, I'd like to thank Supervisor Sotelo and CEO Julio Warren Warren Julio, for taking the time to visit the riverbed earlier this month. While it was a rocky experience, we appreciated the opportunity to share our progress firsthand and to discuss several staff recommendations that we are presenting to you today. This morning's presentation includes updates on the San Benito River cleanup, outreach and shelter capacity, budget considerations, and staff recommendations, followed by board discussion and direction. This map illustrates the phased approach to cleanup along the San Benito River. The project consists of 5 phases, beginning at Highway 156 and progressing downstream past the hospital bridge. At the start of this effort, the majority of encampments were concentrated beneath the 4th Street Bridge. And within Phase 2, to date, both Phase 1 and 2 have been completed with most encampments and associated solid waste removed, with the exception of the portion of Phase 2 that's not bordered in yellow. While remaining encampments in this area have been rendered uninhabitable, and remain inactive due to the continued presence of Deputy O'Day, additional funding will be required to complete full cleanup activities. This effort was made possible through coordination amongst the encampment working group, county departments, including behavioral health, health and human services, the sheriff department, public works, GIS, and our contracted partners, including Tucker Construction, Shear, Samuel Mason Towing, Recology, and RGR Recycling. Overall, 28.6 tons of solid waste was removed from phase 1 and 2 between May and August of 2025 by Tucker Construction and Shear. In addition, a total of 35 vehicles and RVs were removed from the river with support from Public Works. An additional 5.19 tons from phase 2 and 3 in September of 2025 during IWM's community cleanup event were also removed. We thank Shear, South Valley Community Church, participating high school students, and Supervisor Sotelo and her daughter for their participation. Deputy O'Day continues to monitor phase 1 and 2 to ensure these areas remain clear. We also have an exciting funding update to share with the board. IWM staff analyst Catherine Ramirez supported a competitive application for CalRecycle's Farm and Ranch Solid Waste Abatement and Clean Grant, and the county was awarded $43,000 to support cleanup efforts in phase 3 on eligible agricultural and rangeland zone parcels. The application included continued coordination with Shear, and as phase 3 cleanup is completed, our team will evaluate parcel eligibility in phase 4 based on remaining grant funds. While the total request was $200,000, staff has been recommended for consideration of that additional funding pending availability within the current grant cycle. IWM will also pursue future funding opportunities through this grant as additional cycles become available. And now Tracy, or perhaps Enrique, will be providing you with updates on their outreach in the shelter.
Thank you very much, Selena. Good morning. Okay, during prior phases, my team was the one that was charged under HHSA CSWD to conduct the outreach. And outreach was inclusive of behavioral health staff, and Sheriff's Office and Code Enforcement was also support. Community Homeless Solutions is not listed in here, but they also participate in our outreach efforts. The goal really when we engage in outreach is really to engage with individuals, establish trust, realizing that 1, 2, 3, or even more may not make that connection. That's why continuity is really important. So engagement is really important. When we go out there, we provide a number of resources, including access to the Home Resource Center, hotel vouchers, and with hotel vouchers, every year differs depending on the amount of funding that we have available through grant writing. Referrals to behavioral health and other organizations. And during that phase, we also provided transportation assistance for those needing to get into the shelter or to the hotel. We engaged with 24 individuals. We placed 6 at the shelter, 4 in hotels. 1 was reunified with a family, and 6 completed the homeless management information assessment that is required to enter into our COC database and access to a whole bunch of other resources. Presently, I just want to also mention that we are in the process of increasing capacity. The beds arrived, they've been set up last week, and capacity has increased by 12 additional individuals at the shelter. The outreach team want to also point out, beyond the last phases, we go out into the community at least 3 times a week. Inclusive of the downtown Hollister area, San Juan Bautista, Tres Pinos, and really any other area in the county. Our team is ready to respond anywhere in the county that is considered a hotspot, or whenever we are informed of an encampment anywhere else that is needed for outreach. Total individuals contacted during regular outreach this year is 55 unduplicated, with 31 individuals having consistent communication. So in other words, as we go to the different areas, whether it's Dunn Park or anywhere else, 31 have been contacted regularly. total individuals at Juan Bautista, 2 individuals are contacted regularly. There's not a lot homeless individuals at Juan Bautista, but those that we have contacted have been regulars. And in Tres Pinos, we have not made any contact in Tres Pinos. Also bring you to the attention that we do have a public message line that's available for anyone in the public to contact the office. It's a message line, so it does get checked regularly. And if an individual calls that, hey, there's a new encampment set up, or a homeless individual is in need of services, we will respond. And we will return calls if requested, but this line is available for that purpose. I wanted to make that to your attention. And that's my section.
Thank you. We continue to face challenges in completing the cleanup effort, including the current fiscal year project limit of $25,000. As a result, progress this fiscal year has been limited. Deputy O'Day has also reported after-hours encampment returns in phases 1 and in phase 2. While these returns are addressed promptly and the areas are cleared, remain clear, his dedicated position is essential in preventing reestablishment of encampments in these phases. Over the past several months, minimal growth has been observed in phase 3, however, significant growth in phase 4. The working group has noted that some of the activity appears to be due to individuals relocating from phases 1 and 2, as well as new individuals entering into the riverbed. The limited funding this fiscal year has constrained our ability to respond as quickly as desired in phase 4, contributing to the increased encampment activity observed. And lastly, the county can achieve cost savings by utilizing trained public works personnel to operate equipment for cleanup activities. While this approach could significantly reduce contractor costs, it would require hazard pay for staff and coverage for potential equipment repairs. Further consideration with administration and human resources are needed to explore this option. In fiscal year 24-25, the board approved $352,000 using contingency funding. Approximately $138,000 of that budget was unspent but did not carry over into the current fiscal year. For the current fiscal year, the approved budget is $25,000, which is expected to be fully expended within the next week. To reduce cost while continuing cleanup progress, we're presenting the following recommendations to the board. First, reduce the Tucker construction team from 5 to 2 staff per day to focus on bagging, tagging, ArcGIS documentation, as well as hazard waste management. Second would be to continue Cheers' involvement for solid waste removal and encampment destruction with their contract not exceeding $50,000 for an additional 5 months. Cheers' proposal also included quarterly in-kind cleanup services on the previously serviced areas, which will complement Deputy O'Day's already ongoing monitoring. And lastly, continue towing services with Samuel Mason Towing and utilize public works staff and their equipment to support overall cleanup efforts, reducing overall contractor cost. We're recommending adding $150,000 of the existing cleaning budget to support continued progress. And there's a detailed breakdown before you. Of this amount, $43,206 is expected to be offset through the CalRecycle Farm and Ranch Grant. If the board is ready to open to public comment, we're available and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And on Zoom, Stacy, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair and Board, and for the presentation. I'm happy to see that you all were able to increase bed space at the shelter by 12 additional beds. And I'm curious and hopeful, was additional funding also made to the shelter to provide meals and the support services and staffing that go along with those 12 additional clients at the homeless shelter? So that's my only question. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. All right, bring it back to the board. Does anyone want to start? Comments?
I can start if no one else wants to. Yeah, so just to start off, thank you as always. I appreciate hearing about the expansion in the 12 beds. I think that's a very positive thing for the community. They're not always going to be full, but it's good to have that, especially considering we're going into the riverbed and removing these encampments. I did notice, obviously, we have the issue of the jurisdiction, lines and city versus county. And I noticed there were some tents coming in on 4th Street on the south, I believe on the south end of 4th Street. Looks like there's encampments going up next to the river bed there. It's visible as you come into town. It's one of the main entrances into town. Is there something we can do to have some sort of mechanism where we're communicating with the city of Hollister? I did speak with one other supervisor, Velasquez, who I believe spoke with city officials, but is there a way, and he can certainly address that if he'd like, but is there a way to make sure that we're on board, we're all on the same page here, like we're sitting here, removing encampments, doing our part, and then here we are with these tents that are now popping up, and it's very visible to go with the stinky sewer plant, which the west side is just a disaster right now. Can we communicate more with the city on and get their take on removing that?
Yes, I can reach out to the city and try to schedule a regular meeting with the public works staff or perhaps the assistant city manager. What I've been informed is their budget for public works has significantly been cut, and they haven't been able to fill any of their current vacant roles. So I know they're very impacted.
I understand that, and then maybe, I'll certainly do communication as well with the chief of police or whoever it might be, but removing tents is not like an intensive, and this isn't on our staff, obviously. I'm just making a point. Removing tents, going and saying, look, you got to go. That's not a challenging problem in my mind. So I would just like to see more communication from staff along with the political side to make sure that we're all moving along here and making sure that we don't have these very visible encampments, because it's just going to get worse. We always know how this goes. It starts with a few, and then all of a sudden there's a tent city of sorts, and it's right along 4th Street. I really would love to see the city beautify the west side, clean up the west side, as opposed to allowing the encampments to fester and now having, I was just shopping yesterday at El Nopal, and I come out and I just smell that sewer plant. It's just, I know that's a separate issue, but man, it's just a lot of problems right now on the west side, and I represent that area, and so I take a lot of pride in that. Homeless encampment presence on county parcels. You mentioned phase 1 and 2 and how the deputy goes in and does monitoring for phase 1 and 2. I know we haven't gotten into the more substantial cleanup for phase 3 and 4. And I don't think the deputy's here right now, so maybe I just have to have that conversation offline, but I'm just wondering why we don't go into those other areas and inform these folks that we're not going to allow this. I know there's work that has to be done to remove trash and these makeshift, sometimes again, underground sort of bunkers and things that these folks do, but I don't understand why we can't just go in and say, you got to go. Do we know, have you communicated that? What is sort of the line that we're drawing there? I don't understand it. I would like to see us, frankly, be monitoring all the phases of the riverbed so that the homeless folks know that they're not going to be able to just move down the way.
Just really quick, is the sheriff available? Is he online, or is he available to speak right now? Do we know?
Oh.
The sheriff or Deputy O'Day or anyone from that?
No, but I can maybe make a call right now.
Sorry.
Do you know by chance, have you communicated that with them?
Yeah, Deputy O'Day has described it kind of like whack-a-mole. You clean an encampment or you tell them to vacate, they simply go into another area. So until these encampments are cleared, they're going to continue to move in. Deputy O'Day's time is Monday through Thursday, and during those hours, he's driving through. It's a very vast riverbed, as you know, but it's very time intensive to just simply monitor phase 1 and 2 and remove those encampments. Moving into phase 4, we could post notices, but they would simply move back in until that area is cleared of all the garbage.
Yeah, and again, I think this is more of a conversation because I don't want to pin any negativity on the sheriff's office here. It's more just having a conversation and expressing, I guess, at least my will here, which is I would like to see, we as a board supported funding this position specifically for this. So I would like to see the entire riverbed monitored Monday through Thursday. And, if they're in phase 3 and 4, tell them you got to go, and that's it. And we'll get to the trash when we can with the funding. But I think we have to be more diligent as far as, and I'll talk to the sheriff about that. And I'm sure there's an explanation. And Deputy O'Day has done a great job. So there's nothing negative here. I just want to get an understanding as to what the challenge is as far as communicating with these folks. We have space at the shelter and whatnot. And then there's this narrative that we basically just stopped the cleanup, and I know there was funding issues. I don't recall the board. I know we didn't fund a ton of money this year. We can always have that conversation about using reserves and whatnot, and I'll get to that. And I think you basically have essentially proposed that here. But I don't recall us ever giving direction to just stop. So it can be, I think today I would like to see us all get on the same page as far as, if there's a need to quote unquote stop at some point, that this matter should come back to the board ASAP immediately in the next meeting so that we can get an understanding of where things are at. Because I don't want to see any of this activity stopped. And I've heard it over and over again, especially on social media, that we basically failed. We wasted all this money as the narrative, and that they just keep moving back in. And that's why, again, it comes back to this, you got to keep on them. If you don't keep on them, they're just going to keep moving in and creating more problems. And then I do support using public works staff. I'd like to know more about the stipulations for hazard pay, whether that's a requirement or not. My understanding is that sort of came up midstream during the cleanup, that, folks were asking for more money basically, but I'd like to understand why.
It's a specific paid and a specific training, according to what I understood from Steve. Steve actually, right upon my arrival to the county, he offered his staff to be able to assist with the cleanup. But then he came back and mentioned to me that the workers were requesting a specific pay and training for this kind of work. So it was a surprise to us. So I would ask Steve maybe to elaborate about the request from his staff.
Yeah, absolutely. And a little bit of background. So Tucker Construction, they are trained to handle very specific hazard materials that are frequently found at the site. And in discussions with them and discussions with city staff who also get hazard pay for cleaning specific hazard materials, that's how the conversation started. But despite all that, we have been there multiple days, collapsing encampments, taking out vehicles. We're going to be there next week as well. So right now our staff is working in collaboration with the Sheriff's Department. It's just for the specific hazard materials handling. There was actually an incident that I probably don't want to talk about, so it was a little messy, but there are some severe hazard materials there that our staff is not trained to handle. But everything else, we've been helping out with the effort. So
got it. And I understand if there's hazards, hazard pay comes with that. We have to sort of work on, obviously Tucker's there for a limited amount of time. I think they're obviously trained for that. So if they can handle that, and Public Works can handle more of the, the less hazardous materials. Maybe
exactly. And we're doing that. That's correct.
Save some money. And then I do support the recommendations on reducing Tucker staff as if we're able to reduce the costs. I think we just got to do this in the most efficient way possible at this point. I know there's a lot of sensitivity out there as far as how you handle these sorts of situations, but the bottom line is we got to get this riverbed cleaned out. I'm not going to repeat all the same talking points I've said over the last several years, but this is a habitat, this is a riverbed, this is the entrance to our city. There's environmental hazards, there's public safety hazards. We can't have people living in the riverbed. We got to get them out ASAP. I don't have thoughts necessarily. I'd like to know more about this cheer situation because I'm also along the same lines as the wood chipper. I'd like to know if we've explored other organizations out there that do this sort of thing that could potentially, I don't want to just necessarily, certain folks maybe like Herman, his organization, but it's the same as every other cost we have. I think we have to look at all of our options to see what is the most productive way of doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Selena, for all of your work. And Enrique, thank you. I appreciate when we have this kind of collaboration and we see county departments working together, behavioral health, it takes kind of all of us. And so, Enrique, I have a couple questions for you on your slides. When you mentioned the outreach that's being done, I think you mentioned that you guys go out multiple times a week and there's 51, I think, people that you had mentioned, and it said downtown Hollister. Are we also reaching out to the people that are, say, in kind of the riverbed, or no, we don't go out into that area, that we only go into that area when you do your point in time counts?
When we go to any other part of the riverbed, it's been coordinated with the Sheriff's Department. For the last few weeks, my team has been going out Hospital Road along the river and also behind the high school along the river.
Mm-hmm.
Last week, I believe one or twice they went out there, and also yesterday. We're going to do a more outreach in phase 3 Thursday. So there's been some outreach. And we expect that to continue in coordination with the Sheriff's Office.
Okay, thank you. So some of those numbers could be reflected in some of the numbers that you have for just kind of, you listed it as downtown Hollister, but could that number be inclusive of the river as well? Or no, those numbers are specific to downtown Hollister?
Yes, correct. Well, not necessarily 100%, the majority are, but also any others that might be in San Juan Bautista, like I mentioned, any other area, but primarily the majority are within the city Hollister limits.
But on the slide, it listed downtown Hollister. And so I just wanted to clarify, those numbers are specific to downtown Hollister or anywhere within city limits of Hollister?
That number was specific to the downtown area. Yes.
Okay. So would there be a different number than for the greater area of Hollister? Or we're just, that's why I was asking about the river, because I'm curious where, if they're outside of downtown Hollister, where are we counting those people? Or we're not counting those people?
So what my team does, they will drive around downtown, and so that will include, like, let's say, behind a store, Kmart is one of them, Rite Aid, behind Lucky's, there's also another area, Dunn Park. They will drive down Park Hill, and anytime they see an individual, they will try to make contact, and sometimes they refuse outright, and sometimes they're willing to explore and accept the information. We take a hygiene kit that is given to them. Water may be offered as well. But really, it's anywhere within the city of Hollister jurisdiction, including the downtown area.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. That's all that I had for you. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you guys working so hard to increase your capacity at the shelter. I know it's been a lot of hard work. And so I appreciate everything that you guys have done there.
Can I just make one more comment?
Please.
The caller asked about the increased capacity. Does that equate also to additional revenue? So Community Homeless Solutions did receive funding from the Continuum of Care Leadership Council for expansion, and it does include any additional staff they may need, meals, security, any costs associated with expansion. So it does cover.
Good. So we're covered for funding with the expansion of the additional 12 beds.
Yes, for this year we are.
Thank you. And that's through the Continuum of Care, which I believe Supervisor Kosmicki, you sit on that board, right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy and getting us, it always helps. So thank you, Enrique. I appreciate you answering those questions. So I, as well, am very I'm very favorable to continuing with this project and kind of however we're able to make this happen. I think that we've got to continue moving forward. I am supportive of the hazard pay, and I think there's an opportunity here for us to make sure that our employees have all of the certifications, et cetera. And I think there's an opportunity for us to maybe utilize our employees more and rely less on Tucker. Tucker is quite expensive. While they've done an excellent job, I think moving into the future, if we're able to offer hazard pay for our employees, we may be able to continue doing this kind of on a continual basis at a lower rate. I know it might be more initially with giving an increase with this hazard pay, but I think the long term, it will end up saving us a lot of money. I am really, really concerned about some of the issues with the expansion of some of the encampments down in particularly phase 4. I have gotten quite a few comments about phase 3, and they're very visible, some of the ones that are in phase 3. I know that's kind of behind the high school. I know the high school has expressed concern. So I would like to see us start on this endeavor sooner than later. But with phase 3 moving into 4, I think we've got some big issues with some liability concerns that I personally have. I've been contacted multiple times about some animals that are out there, particularly some dogs. I don't know who they belong to. There have been multiple animals that have been killed out there. My biggest fear is that we do have quite a few neighborhoods that are bordering up to it when you get into that phase 4 area. And I'm really, really concerned that potentially if you have wild dogs that are out there and they are aggressive and they're killing cats, et cetera, and these are domestic, these are people's cats that they're reporting that have been killed by these animals. My worst fear is that these dogs eventually attack someone or a child or a senior. And so I think we need to be proactive in that. I know the sheriff has been included in some of these discussions, as well as the chief of police, animal control services. To date, I don't believe anything has been done. And so I really appreciate this item coming before us. I appreciate the opportunity for us to hear the challenges and learn about it. I do think it continues to be a challenge that we really need to address. I will say on my tour, thank you so much for setting that up, Selena. I will tell you, phase 1 and phase 2 look fantastic. There's obviously some things that still need to get done there, but for the most part, I mean, it's clean down there. Like, it is really, really clean. I also was surprised, while I have lived here my whole life, I haven't spent a lot of time down in the riverbed. And, I think it's easy for us to say, like, well, go ahead and patrol all the way from phase 1 through phase 4. It's a massive area. And I know Deputy O'Day, he kind of talked to me about some of the challenges in monitoring some of that area. I mean, he's literally having to, it's not just, you're driving down there and, hey, move along. I mean, he's having to physically get out of his vehicle and look through bushes. There is, there are so many areas that people can hide. There's a ton of poison oak down there. It's complicated terrain. It is not easy. And so I appreciated being able to really see that, experience that, understand some of the issues. And I think he's done an excellent job keeping phase 1 and phase 2 clean, but there were things that, as they pull up cars, I mean, the cars have to be removed immediately, because if the cars are left anywhere, people kind of move into them right away. And so there was a lot of things that I didn't realize. And so I appreciate all the work. And I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. I think we need to continue. I think we do need to let people know that they can't stay down there, but I know it's so much easier said than done. I will tell you, I think Deputy O'Day has done a wonderful job down there. Seeing his rapport with people down there, I mean, he is down there to enforce the law, but he's also doing it in such a respectful way, treating people with dignity. And so I appreciate that. I know initially when we started in this endeavor, people were very concerned about the way that people were going to be treated. And I think our staff has done an excellent job. I think we have given them opportunities for additional housing, offers of service. And so I really appreciate everything that you guys have done. But I am very supportive of us continuing in however we're able to make this happen. If there was $138,000 unspent last year, is there a way for us to capture that money and put it towards this year so that we can continue this effort and really be able to accomplish that, hey, we got the river cleaned up. Then I think Deputy O'Day will be able to monitor phase 1 through, phase 4 or 5 and keeping it kind of cleaned out and clear. But it is, phase 1 and phase 2 look excellent. You guys have done an incredible job. And I appreciate what Chair has done. I know, even going down there with my daughter back in September, it was really neat to see kind of a community event, but it is a little bit scary going down there and you don't know what you're going to approach. I know Selena did an excellent job and she's like, hey guys, don't touch that, because everybody wants to help and they want to, you don't really know what you're touching. And so, like I said, I'm fully supportive of the hazard pay. I appreciate all the cleanups that you have done, the tireless work, because I know that this has been such a huge undertaking for you. So thank you. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Crowe, anything?
I'm struggling. One, thank you, because you guys have worked so hard. You have worked so hard. Deputy O'Day, I've heard nothing but great things about what Deputy O'Day's done. And Selena, you've been amazing in coordinating. The trash removal is commendable. It truly is. And the hazardous issue is truly apparent. Where I'm struggling is exactly where I was struggling before. Where did they go? They came down to phase 3 and phase 4. Phase 4 is infested. I hate using that term. It's not polite, but it's exactly where my concern was. How are we addressing, and I don't have the answer, just look at me, I don't have the answer. How are we addressing the relocation when they're not relocating out of homelessness? I don't have the answer. I don't claim to have the answer, but the people that I've talked to, I've gone down to the riverbed just to take a look. Not going to go down there walking by myself, but I am going to be doing the point in time with my son on Thursday. And I think I'm being assigned the riverbed. Yep. And I'm going to see firsthand exactly what's going on, which I see from a distance. The humanity side is killing me. And it's killing me because of what I've witnessed in my life as an individual. What family members have had to do, how you lose your water, then you lose your PG&E, then you lose your home, then you're living out of your car, then you can't afford your car because you can't afford gas and you can't repair it. Then all of a sudden you're in the riverbed. And how do you work with the other jurisdictions? Because all we're doing is playing ping pong. The whack-a-mole, that was a Deputy O'Day great description, because that's what this is. How can we keep funding if we're not solving the problem? And I don't have the answer, but the humanity side is killing me right now. I have talked to several people because of this agenda item, heart-to-heart conversations where they're like, this is hard. There are people that just don't want help. There are people that want to stay homeless. But I feel we can't do this without collaboration with our nonprofits, without collaboration between all the jurisdictions. Intergovernmental, in my opinion, is a great opportunity to turn it into, maybe instead of intergovernmental, turn it into the conversation about homelessness and cleanup of the riverbed and how we maintain it. So some of my questions, I know I'm kind of rambling here. What I can't, and Supervisor Kosmicki, please understand, I get it. When it's trash and it's everywhere and it's entering in, it's like, but inform the folks that they just have to go. Go where? If they don't go to the homeless shelter, where are they going? They're just moving down the riverbed. And how do we stop them from moving? Do we do a sandwich approach instead of a all down? Because pretty soon they're all going to be down in Piscinas and Tres Pinos because they're just going to keep on moving. That's just where I see the prediction happening. How can we approach this in a way that we are addressing that they need to get out of the riverbed, which I completely agree. The hazards in our water supply are atrocious. Do you know how many of the wells for all of our rural area and parts of Sunny Slope come right out of that riverbed? And if we have chemicals in there, that's going into our water supply. This is a life safety issue, and you all know it, but I don't have the answer of how to fix it, and I'm not an expert in this area. What I do know is my fear happened. We moved them down the riverbed. Now, how do we move them out humanely and provide them services when they don't want them? And what are their legal rights and what are our legal rights of being able to say, one, I'm very concerned about drug trafficking. You know, the drugs that are behind that area south of Union Road are atrocious. Now we have people that are not only camping, but they're popping up American flags out of the riverbed. And you're sitting there going, okay, so now you're telling us where you are, and we still can't address it. But then human trafficking, the sex trafficking that's happening down there. The people that have said to me from my district that say, I see young girls dropped off out of cars and told to walk down to the riverbed. That is a law enforcement issue. And how do we help them through that? I'm sorry, I'm just one supervisor. I just think it's bigger than just get them out of there. And I don't know how to do that without us working with the other jurisdictions and coming up with a way of either bringing it from both ends of the county on the riverbed. I think I'll have a lot more insight after I see all the movement firsthand in the point in time. Some of my questions are, you know, I already said, how are we addressing the actual homeless? How many people you're engaging with them? How many people are actually, you had one that transitioned back home and you had 6 that went through the qualification process out of 24, or was it 55? I think I wrote, 24. So we're not really getting them what they need. And if it's mental health services, if it's drug rehab, this is where the state isn't even addressing this properly. And I'm sorry, I don't feel that our governor has addressed this properly. He continually is pushing it down to the counties to solve the problem when the counties clearly don't have the funding to be able to resolve this. The jurisdictional collaboration with nonprofits are the only solution I see possible. And those are really, truly where I stand on this. I am struggling. $352,000, and we have one person that transitioned into their home with their family. How can we do better and not hurt the lives of individuals? That's my struggle. And I'm open to any of my colleagues giving me advice on how I can manage that. I'm struggling very, very, it's hit me hard. And the people I talked to, I had people yesterday that were crying on the phone to me. I don't know what to do to help them.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Thank you.
Can I comment on that real quick? I wish I had the solution. I wish I had the answer. And it's a huge problem, and we're all aware of it. And on our side of the house, on the Health and Human Services side, we're that social work side of this, right? And we wish we could solve that answer every day, and we can't. But we are doing our best to build this relationships with these folks, to trust us, to trust that we have assistance that can help them, but we can't force them. And that's the hard part, right? When we see people living these lifestyles, it doesn't calculate for us because most of us don't live that lifestyle or choose to live that lifestyle. And so all I can say to you is that we are working every day with Enrique and his team of social workers, behavioral health and their team of case managers, the sheriff's office. We really do collaborate. I did want to just add to something that Selena pointed out that, you know, we just had a meeting with the sheriff's office a week ago around phase 3 and 4, and we are moving on phase 3. Next week or this week, we will be doing more in phase 3. We'll be posting some signs out there for them. But Deputy O'Day does go in phase 3 and phase 4 regularly and tell them, we're coming. This is, you know, we are going to be transitioning to 3 and 4, and we will be abating these areas as time allows us to and funding permits us to. We offer them the services that we have. Yes, the governor has given the behavioral health department, our managed care plan, funding for housing. But when you don't have any housing inventory to put folks in and they don't want to go, we're back at the same spot we were in. I appreciate your comments. I feel the same way you do. And it's hard for me and frustrating for me all in the same breath, but I'm not going to lose hope. We have to continue building relationships with these people so that they trust us and we can support them. We have supports for them. We do. We have funding that we can help them. We can put them in places. We can send them the treatment if they need it. We can put them up in our transitional housing programs if they would want to go. But again, I believe truly that the relationships that our staff are building with these folks, the relationships that Deputy O'Day is building with them, will eventually help. It just takes time. And so again, I wish I knew the answer to your question, because if I did, I probably wouldn't have a job. However, I don't. And so the more ideas you have, please tell us. Yes, nonprofits, the faith-based community, we've reached out to them. We tried to do a tent city here. Some of you remember, we tried to do this plot of land where we would let folks go and officially camp there. It wasn't approved. And so there's different things that we've tried to think outside of the box, but NIMBYism is real, right? Not in my backyard is real. And we try to avoid it when we can and address it when we can, but we're open to any suggestions. You're welcome to come anytime with us. We'd be happy to have you. And again, please just give us any suggestions. Supervisor Velasquez, years ago, right? The park, Tracy, I need you to come out here. I'm like, okay, I'm on my way, right? I met him right there to help somebody. We helped him. We did. That was when he was at the city. So we're happy to do it. We'll do the best that we can always. I promise you that. You have my word.
I just want to say thank you so much to all of you. This is, a very difficult, where I'm struggling is what are we accomplishing besides cleanup? You're doing a phenomenal cleanup. How are we helping the people actually get to the services? And I feel like building those relationships are very important, but actually, if we're doing the majority of it in the city limits and not doing it in the riverbed, all we're doing is pushing them into the riverbed. So I don't have answers. I respect every single one of you for all the hard work that you do. It's just when you have parents calling you because their child found a needle while they were walking, it's just, how do we help protect everyone? So thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yeah. Yes, lots of memories. I've been dealing with this issue for many, many years. I know it well, very, very well. I was actually happy to see Margie Barrios here earlier today, because it was Margie and I that worked together from the city and the county that we were able to open the first year-round shelter by our partnership. And it was quite the struggle to get that shelter open. I can remember you talking about different ideas we had. I can remember bringing up this crazy, crazy idea called tiny homes. And I was viciously attacked over that idea. Now you're seeing it all over the place, how great, wonderful idea these are to get these, help get these problems solved. And the answer, there is no solution, by the way. There is no one solution, but there's a lot of different tactics we can use to help the problem. And sometimes we make it a lot more complicated than it has to be. And I know people will say, oh, you're so cold-hearted. Look, I've known these people. I still see people that I've known for over 20 years that are homeless, and I still beg them to get treatment, to come to the shelter. But I can tell you, if they're not going to go to the shelter, they're not going to get treatment. And it's just the way it is, and they'll tell me their story. And as time goes on, some of them will pass because they've been living the same lifestyle for a long time. So what do we do? One thing we don't do is stand by and find reasons not to do something, because that doesn't work. The more time you allow the camps to build, going back to Tracy, we walked that river, and I can remember Margie and I would walk down with her and introduce her to all the homeless people. One thing you see happen is if they set up camp, more people are coming right behind. And it does not take long. And I'm looking at your pictures. It reminds me of some of the things we saw back in the day. And I can't do your homeless count this year. I'm still fighting my illness, but next year I'll be happy to get back and do the count. I'm seeing cars. I would say first off, with that towing company we have, get them down there. Get them down there, pull those cars. Vehicles are basically homes. They got to be pulled out immediately. Second, I would say one of the answers we can use is find junk hauling companies to get down there and pull debris as much as they can. They can't pull all debris. Maybe there is some hazardous waste, they can flag it. There's so many things that could happen quickly and really relatively inexpensively. But we got to move on that. We have to give notice consistently. Hey, we're clearing the camps. You got to move out tomorrow. The next day we're coming in. We pull down the tents. The laws have changed. So how you remove some of the debris and where you store it, the laws have changed to make this easier, and we have to use those to get this work done as quickly as possible. Yes, they're going to move to 3 and 4, but there's a point where it becomes too burdensome for them to keep moving down the river. And this, what I've found over the years, it's a flow from different cities. It'll come through, actually it starts upwards towards Oregon, coming down to California, San Jose, Salinas, Hollister, San Luis Obispo. It's a route, and wherever the most pressure is where you'll see less of the homeless. It doesn't mean we don't care. We do care. But the only way to solve it is by individuals wanting the help. And we're not giving them the help by allowing them to set up set structures or communities within the river or different places. I spent many a times 4 a.m. going around downtown, waking people up saying, you can't stay here. You need a ride to the shelter? I'll take you to the shelter right now. And 99% of the time, the answer was no, I don't want to go to the shelter. But every morning I'd swing by at 4:30 in the morning, waking them up again until they finally would leave. And this is the strategy here. We have to have the consistency or we're going to see this happen. We cannot just respond once we see a whole encampment. We have to see, as one person starts, we have to clean it. And we have to stay on it because the officer cannot do it all. All he can do is patrol, make sure people understand it's not okay to do this. And it's not okay, it's not fair to our residents to have to deal with it because we all know our residents have kids and kids love to explore rivers. That's what they do. And we can't have them down there when there's needles or it could be dangerous, dogs, different things. We need to solve it. Let's not make it too complicated. Let's find these local junk hauling services that would do it. And again, if there's hazardous materials, have them flag it. Leave it there and we keep moving. But let's get that tow company moving the vehicles out as quickly as possible. I'm really excited to hear the expansion of the shelter. It's something we've talked about for years also. I'm glad that has been solved now so we can expand our existing services. But that's what I would recommend first. And again, working with the city of Hollister, they have the knowledge on this. Their new city managers come in, I believe, next week. I'm sure the city council wants to solve this as much as we do. And that's how we got it done originally. So we got to move back to that working together partnership between the city of Hollister and the county. And we can get this solved pretty quick. So I'm looking forward to being involved in this. Again, I know it well, so I want to make sure I'm more involved this time around. So.
Thank you.
If I can just add a comment to that, we have explored junk hauling companies. However, the pricing for cheer continues to run much cheaper than these junk hauling companies that are local.
And the reason I'm saying that is because it's not one company. We tried it at the city and it worked well one time, didn't work well the next time. The point is this, if you have 3 or 4 companies, they can come in quickly and take care of things. If you're dependent on one company, it just takes much too much time. If Cheer wants to be one of them somewhere, that's great. If we have 3 or 4 other companies, we say we're moving on section 3 or 4 this week, we move in on it and get it done. Then we could have one company that's called out every month or whatever it is. Again, the key is we should never see pictures like this again. This tells me right there, this has been not a month, but several months in the making, all your pictures here. So we can't allow that to happen. As soon as the officer sees something, the next day or a few days later, come in, remove it. and we can keep this clean for a lot less money.
Thank you. Okay. I have some thoughts on this. So first of all, thank you for the update. Thank you for all the work that you've done on phase 1 and 2. I remember seeing the pictures before of just like the visual of the dumpsters full, the giant containers full of waste and how much there was. So I appreciate that. Regarding the point that I really want to address is this issue of them moving around in there. They get told not to be there and they move around. The whack-a-mole comment that Deputy O'Day talks about. If you ask them to leave and they just move to a different spot. I don't really understand, I guess, why we're treating it like it's a game. Like we say, hey, you can't be here. And they say, okay, you caught me. I'm going to move until you catch me again. Then I'll move to a new spot. We passed an ordinance to say this wasn't okay. This wasn't allowed. And it feels like it's just being basically openly disregarded. They know they can't be there. And they clearly are just moving because they know there won't be any consequences. So they'll keep shuffling around. But at a certain point, it can't be allowed. It can't be okay just to do whatever you want. You can't just break the rules and break the law because you want to. And I know that might sound harsh, but where's the dignity? Where's the respect for the rest of the community, for everyone else? You can't, anyone that would break any law or rule over and over, it would not be treated like it's a joke, like it's a game. If it was anything else, but for some reason in this situation, there's a pass and it's like, it doesn't really matter. I feel like it's a disrespect to Deputy O'Day, it's a disrespect to our law enforcement, it's a disrespect to the people that care about the riverbed and the environment and the crime that's going on down there. And maybe I'm missing something I don't understand. And I was informed that I think Sheriff Taylor might be online, so I can hear from him after this. But we need to get serious about this in terms of the whack-a-mole game because it shouldn't feel like a game. And I don't believe that it's okay to just disrespect and disregard what we did here, what the community has asked for over and over again. And I know I hear comments sometimes about, well, it's, NIMBYism, but I actually don't believe it's NIMBYism to want a safe community. I don't believe that I reject the idea that it's not appropriate to not want open drug use and human trafficking and environmental destruction in your community. I think that's okay to want. I think that's more than okay to want. I think it's appropriate. And so I would just, maybe I'm missing something as far as why we are allowing people to just shuffle around. But if Sheriff Taylor's on, maybe you can address that.
Probably. Yeah, I'm here.
Cool.
Okay, so I think everyone needs a reality check, and I'm going to try, I won't be too political about it, but it's a lot of these things are not, they don't make a lot of sense, right? And when you're in this job for a period of time, we have a lot of frustration based on the way that the state and the rules have deteriorated and all the teeth have been taken out of things. And a lot of this comes from a good place. I've said that many times, but we are enforcing the criminal statutes down there. County ordinances are a citation. You don't get taken to jail for breaking a county ordinance. Everything else down there at this point in the state of California is a misdemeanor, which most of them are non-bookable, non-violent misdemeanors. And even if we can book somebody, we cannot hold them because they have a right to get out within a couple days with a court date. So it's almost like believing that if we arrest someone for domestic violence, that all of a sudden they're not going to return to their home when they get out of jail. And that's exactly what's happening here. We can remove them, take them into our jail, which is expensive, which usually comes with price tags of medical care. And then they get released per the law, not the sheriff's policy. It's per the law of the state of California. They have to be released. And then they go back to where they came from, which is the river. And so I've told you all this early on. It is vast. It is huge down there. And nobody has a good understanding of just how big of an area it is down there. So what we decided to do, the only way we could tackle this problem with one deputy sheriff and a limited funding is to start at one end and start cleaning our way down to the other end. And as we come across these encampments, we're shutting them down and we're cleaning them up. But we're also working hand in hand with our community partners who are saying that the contracts run out, we don't have any money for towing, we don't have any money for more cleanup. And so it's putting us into a stalemate of, okay, let's hold the ground that we've already secured until we can re-up this funding to then continue the cleanup. And I do believe one of you said, may have been Supervisor Velasquez, that it's going to become a point and also to go back into what Supervisor Cura was talking about, they're not going to go all the way down past Piscinas because there's no services down there. There's no way to get in and out of there. So we're going to get to a point where it's just going to be so inconvenient that they're going to go somewhere else. And again, I think all of you have said it at some point, it sounds insensitive, but it's just realistic. Here's the other problem. You're going to hear about this a lot from not just me, but other sheriffs in the state of California. Prop 36 was overwhelmingly approved by the voters of this state, almost 70%. Our governor and his administration, to include our own representative, are refusing to fund it. So we can all sit here and say things that make sense, like, yes, if someone's using drugs in the river, they should be held accountable for that. There is no teeth to these laws anymore. Prop 36 was supposed to fix that because 70% of the population of the state of California feels like the 5 of you do, but there is no pathway for that because there's no funding from the state. So it's going to sound like a lot of excuses. I'm proud of what Deputy O'Day has done. We've tackled a huge amount of trash and dangerous things down there. And we're trying to hold the ground that we've already made, but thinking for anyone in this community to think that putting someone in jail is going to solve the problem, they don't stay there. And the other thing, there's been a few comments. I'm urging the community, when you see criminal activity, stop calling the Board of Supervisors and call the Sheriff's Office, please. We cannot tackle these things if the only calls about drug use, prostitution, and found needles are a call to your representative, not a call to the Sheriff's Office, because it's too much for the 5 of you to think that you're going to be a dispatch center at the same time. So please call the Sheriff's Office so we can get on top of these things. And I'm open to any questions.
For jumping in on that and explaining the difficulties that we face with the laws currently in place in the state with this issue. Appreciate that. I would just say regarding some of the their suggestions from the recommendations from staff, I absolutely would continue to recommend that we work on this. We continue working on it, whatever it takes. We can lower Tucker construction. And I did want to know, I don't know if Supervisor Kosmicki kind of referenced it, but regarding using CHEER versus some other entity organization, did we have any kind of sourcing on that? How do we find out that CHEER was the one that we were going to go with?
Yeah, we had reached out to various encampment cleanup companies, landscaping companies that happen to do cleanup. We've used Smith & Enright before in the riverbed. CHEER continues to be the cheapest option for the county, and that is why we are bringing forward to you that option.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Well, that's pretty much my comments right now.
Mr. Chair, if I can ask, I don't know if do this here now, but I would ask if I could be involved to head up this cleanup or get involved with this. So again, I have a lot of experience with this. A team that I've worked with over the years, we worked well in the past. I'd like to be more involved in this and help get this moving. If the board's okay with that.
Yeah, it's up to the board, I guess. I mean, would this be forming like an ad hoc for this, or you just?
I don't know if we hit the form ad hoc, but I'd just like to have the ability to be involved and get down there, the rivers again.
Mr. Chair, I think that's wise, considering Supervisor Velasquez's experience. I do think an ad hoc would probably be the right path forward to have that direct connection with staff, as opposed to just if there's an interest from another supervisor.
My biggest concern is an ad hoc cannot direct staff to do anything. An ad hoc has to recommend to the board. So it comes back to us again. So instead, should we be having more regular meetings about this to take action to be able to find funding? I mean, another ad hoc to have another ad hoc. I'm sorry, I agree with you after the first year of being on the board and you saying we have way too many committees, way too many ad hocs. But I can't see an ad hoc solving this problem. Being engaged with staff, that is between the CEO and how the department heads are, because I'm not going to direct staff on how to do things because I'm not an expert in this. You have a lot more experience in this area than I do, but what I'm trying to do is find alternate solutions for services. I mean, not just engagement, but engagement to help them actually get help for the future. That's where my struggle is getting people out of that. And I've lost 2 family members to this, so I know how bad it is. You can't get people to accept help, and sometimes they die. It's just a fact of life, and that sucks, that you can't save even your own family from these types of situations. So my biggest concern is I don't want to be directing staff. I want the board to be making the policy of what we're doing moving forward. I highly recommend, if the sheriff feels that this is going to not go down to Tres Pinos, then we find a way to sandwich this and isolate it so that we can start really addressing getting all phases cleaned out. My biggest concern is it's going to be pushed into the city.
Mr. Chair, if I can continue.
Yes.
So I wasn't suggesting that an ad hoc direct staff. I was merely trying to open the door for another voice if there was another supervisor that wanted to engage with staff more. But I agree, the issue should be coming back to the board. I think it should be one of those, we're going to get into our priorities, so maybe we talk about it there as well. But it should be one of those issues that we're having here on a regular basis as necessary, probably every, couple months or month or whatnot. I'm wondering about signs, if we can, do more with signs. I know it's just signs, but just to keep kind of reiterating the message that it's not okay to be down at the riverbed. If Public Works, I know we have sign making machines, can probably do that in an inexpensive fashion, just kind of systematically have signage along those, obviously we'd have to get easements or whatnot from the property owners, but or permission, but I would say that might be another mechanism just to send that message, Steve.
We can definitely inexpensively add signage and work with the sheriff and Deputy O'Day in areas that it might be helpful, and that's no problem at all. So we'll do that.
And then just to respond to Supervisor Curl mentioned, and you're totally right about where do they go. My only thing is just not in the riverbed. This is, just to reiterate again, this is a river, and we see water flowing now, and it's very concerning to me that we've allowed this basically to happen over the years. So just not in the riverbed. We're going to have to work on solving this problem going forward. It's not going to go away. And then lastly, I don't think there was much mentioned, the student art. I noticed it again when I was looking through the presentation on page 9 of the presentation. Hit it right on the button. If you want to pull that up. All this political talk is one thing. The student at Sacred Heart really nailed it. What it is, what it should be.
Yes.
And that's where we got to go.
So if you allow me, Selena made a point that we only have $25,000. If you want to continue this cleanup, you have to allocate funds. Even if the staff is looking for additional funding, it takes time for the staff to be able to find grant funding, apply, and get on a award contract. So this could take a year to be able to secure additional funding. So if you want us to continue the staff to do some work, cleanup, you will need to allocate funding that we don't have right now. So that's the only availability that we have is the reserves. So I just want to point it out that to you, because we want change. We can talk about it. We're totally in agreement. Homeless is a population that they mostly decide to become homeless. Most of them, not all of them. I have been doing point-in-time counts for 20 years, and I can tell you that that's the majority of the people. They don't want services. They don't want to be enclosed in a facility. Even when the staff is offering in good faith, they just don't want it. So it's a detriment to every city in California, maybe in the United States, the whole United States. We can help it. But to do the cleanups, we do need additional funding. It's not going to happen immediately because we don't have it.
Thank you. Before we go to Supervisor Sotelo, really quickly, the recommendation from staff with the funding how long is that projected to go for, that recommendation?
Yeah, so with the grant funding for the Farm and Ranch Cow Recycle Grant, 43,000, we think that can carry us through all the way through phase 3. And then phase 4, it's very hard to say, but I'm hopeful we can complete that. We were able to complete phase 1 and 2 mostly with $133,000.
So you're saying the 43 plus the one, or you asked for 150 and then 43 of that 150 would be the grant, right? Is that what the recommendation? And that would hopefully get us through phase 4.
Phase 3 and 4.
Phase 3 and 4, ideally.
And with this new approach of cutting costs down, we feel we can really stretch our dollar further.
Okay, great. Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. No, that's kind of where I was going with it. I just kind of, I think putting signage, all these things are great ideas, but if we're serious about this, we've got to put some money. And so, so you think, here's my other question. Here we are, it's almost February, right? And let's say we allocate $150,000. Is the likelihood that you will be able to spend all of that $150,000 by the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, because the problem that we ran into, we allocated the right amount of money last time, you guys. Remember, there was almost $140,000 that was left over and unspent. It didn't carry over into this year. And so what is realistic that we can allocate right now to continue moving forward, and then making sure that as we get into budget discussions, that we allocate enough to continue this effort?
I think 150.
150 should get us through June 30th, a lot of the cleanup, and then we can keep, I think it's a good idea to keep having it on our agenda and continuing to make it a priority as we have budget discussions. So I'm ready for a motion, but I know Supervisor Kosmicki would like to speak.
Yeah, no, I was just going to clarify though, the 150 minus the 43, which takes us to 407. It's in reserves, it sounds like.
So the grant funding, it's a reimbursable grant, so we will have to spend that funding before we get reimbursed.
We expect to, so we would allocate, as Supervisor Sotelo mentioned, $150,000 in reserves, and we would be able to reimburse ourselves the 43,200. And we may not spend it all.
You had a motion, go for it.
Sure. I make a motion that we take $150,000 from reserves and apply it toward continuing with our river cleanup.
A second.
Can we also, would you be okay if we added the idea of a regular?
Oh, and the signage, if we could. Is that okay if I leave?
Sure, signage and regular updates.
Yeah.
Monthly updates or quarterly, whatever staff feels is necessary. I know sometimes monthly comes up very quick. And so if we just, maybe whatever staff feels is appropriate with updates.
Yes.
Again, I'd like to be involved in this and bring back information. And I think we can move this pretty quickly. So I just want to make sure the board.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't know how it all kind of works. Maybe CEO, you can kind of address that. I don't have a problem with it.
We can have scheduled meetings and we can invite the boards. I just concerned that 3 board members will show up, so you can listen, but you cannot.
No, I'd like to be the board member that's involved in this.
Okay, good.
And I can bring back the information to board meetings.
Okay, perfect.
So we don't stall it.
Yes, and when we schedule the meetings, just make sure the Supervisor Velasquez is included.
And I'm wondering, here's maybe an idea, just throwing it out there. As we are in phase 3, I think it kind of impacts all of our districts as it goes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So phase 3 is going to be in my district. Phase 4 is going to quickly go into Supervisor Curro's district, with Supervisor Velasquez being kind of maybe the constant. But as we work on phase 3, I think I would love to know kind of what's going on, et cetera. As it moves into phase 4, maybe then I don't know if Supervisor Curro wants to be involved in that, but then maybe I get out of it and then Supervisor Curro starts joining, because that is part of her district. I don't know if that's maybe an option, not necessarily an ad hoc, but it's as staff is meeting and discussing these things, maybe just invite us so that we are included. Would that be acceptable, Supervisor Velasquez?
Yeah, I think that's great idea.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
First and a second, roll call vote.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Thank you.
Great. We're going to take a 10-minute break now before we continue regular agenda.
Recess.
Recording stopped.
On to item 3.2, discuss the County Board of Supervisors top 2026 board policy priorities and provide staff direction as desired. So I don't know if there's staff on this, but it's pretty simple. I'll just explain. We did this last year, and this pretty much this exact time we identified some priorities to focus on for the year. And so it's sort of just an open discussion we can have on where we want to go with that and what we want to outline this year as our focus points. Any supervisor wants to start with any, I guess, suggestions? Yeah, Supervisor Carl.
In going through this list, it feels like we've done a few things, not everything, of course, some of it's ongoing. But when it comes to communication and the communication infrastructure with law enforcement, I have not had an update on that, and I'm still concerned that that's lingering out there. Is there any way we could bump that up a little higher this year on the priority list? Because I don't think it's been completed from the time that we've had our ad hoc and stuff.
Right. Okay. Noted. Any other, I mean, because this was last year's list. It doesn't, I mean, it can be this year's list if we wanted to, but it can also be completely different. I don't know if there's any other comments. We'll go to different supervisor. Yeah. Supervisor Velasquez?
Yeah, no, I think we did a good job last year. For this year, I believe the focus has to continue being our financial issues, our financial foundation. So we get really understanding of our budget and how money has been spent in the past. I think there was mistakes that were made that are being cleaned up. We have a new CEO that really understands accounting very well. And I want to make sure we're focused on that so we can continue getting the road projects done, which is another priority. And also, I believe that this year, we have to get the library taken care of, the old courthouse building taken care of, some of the big projects. Our focus has to be there to really knock those out. And these are not easy projects to get done, but this is the year that I think we can finally do that as we're going to have our financial house in order and get a better understanding. So those would be personally my biggest items I'd like to get on top of.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I without going into too much detail, I agree with what Supervisor Velasquez said. Finances, roads, we have all this grant money, so certainly that's going to be a top priority, and with or without it, it would be for me either way. Housing policy reform, continuing to work on the general plan and other policy reform items. Facilities, as Supervisor Velasquez mentioned, would be 4, including the library, and then I would throw in as a 5th one, parks. So regional park, San Justo, whatever falls under parks would be for me, that would be the 5 for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with a ton that has already been said. My number 1 is revenue. I think we've got to start figuring out how we can bring in more revenue. Included with that is kind of a hard look at our budget, kind of the governance, our procurement process. So kind of all things that fall under revenue, but not just looking at our budget. While that's important, we have also got to really start focusing on how we're going to bring in more revenue. We just are not able to afford looking at, the national revenue we're receiving, the governor's proposed budget. So much more is going to be falling on us. And so I think it's time for us to start really looking. I know Supervisor Kosmicki has a future agenda item suggestion, and I think things like that are really going to fall under potentially revenue. How do we bring in more revenue to our county, and what does that look like? The other thing that I think that we need to address is public safety. I think it needs to be a priority for us. I think we have a mass exodus of deputies leaving right now. What can we do to address that? It's not, we're maybe not quite in crisis yet, but we need to get ahead of it before we're in a crisis and we have 0 deputies out on our roadways. And so I think that should be a priority for us. I agree as well. I have infrastructure, but under the infrastructure, I included the library expansion, Riverview Regional Park. I also would like to see the Vets Park included in that. I think we've got some huge safety and liability issues there. And of course, continuing all of the work that we're doing on roads with the different revenues that we've received. And so those would be the, kind of, let's see, 4, I guess, priority areas, but I know that each one had kind of different little kind of spin-offs included in those. So thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I think what I'm hearing from everyone, there's a lot of agreement here. So we have finances, it includes budget and revenue. We have the roads, obviously. We have facilities, should be the library, the courthouse. We have parks, and we have public safety. And I think the communication infrastructure would be under that public safety. And so that would be 5 right there. I don't know about the particular order of them, but there's 5 priorities right there that I think we should have agreement on. Supervisor Crowe?
I just want, with the budget and finance, I'm going to keep harping on the contract side. Contract management, encumbering funds, knowing exactly how much money is committed is the only way we're going to actually have a foundational footing on finances. So I'm very supportive of that. And it appears that there'll be a little bit hopeful from the rural county caucus this year at NACO. They really are focusing on infrastructure for small rural counties because they see that so much of the road infrastructure in rural counties are deteriorating. And it's not just San Benito County, it's across the entire country. So I think there's a movement happening that could be very positive.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, I think we're getting close. The only thing that you left out was the housing issue. I just want to make sure that there's, we're underscoring that we're continuing to work on. I think last year we kind of put out there the policy direction that we wanted to go. We just haven't completed all of those items. And I would, want to make sure no matter what this list comes out to be, that it's clear that we want to keep moving forward and get those updates from the housing policy ad hoc because there's still outstanding matters to be completed. And if it's not on the list, I just want to make sure that it's very clear that this board, and at least myself for sure, wants to keep pursuing cleaning up our housing policy matters as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I slipped my mind, forgot to mention it, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're in the middle of that stuff with the housing ad hoc, and we're going to meet again soon, I think, and continue working on that. But yeah, we can either add to the list, or since we already have in the middle of the discussion, we could just make a note that we're going to finish up on that.
Can I chime in on that? And I really appreciate that focus, Supervisor Kosmicki. I think the biggest challenge is in that employee retention issue, because right now, the only way we're going to get anything done going through building and planning or RMA is if we have staff. We have a major staff problem out there. And I know it's being worked on by the CEO, and I know staff are all working to try and come up with a solution, but we aren't going to be able to do one without the other. And that staff employee retention, whether it's law enforcement or building and planning, we can't do anything without them. So I just want to highlight that. So thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so I guess is there a consensus on those top, I don't know, was it 5 or?
So you mentioned finances, roads, facilities, parks, public safety, and parks wouldn't necessarily fit into facilities, because I know Supervisor Sotelo was sort of intimating that parks, but they are, I
think we have enough parks to work on its own category. We have
I just included it under infrastructure is what I did it. So facilities, roads, and parks all fell under the infrastructure category for me.
Yeah. Were you concluded there? I think those.
Yes, I just think, and I appreciate it because we want to try to squeeze in as much as possible. I think we're all on the same page, honestly. I just think it's a matter of the terminology that we're using. But I do think facilities is a pretty specific issue, as is parks is pretty specific, and roads. I think those are, for me, they're separate issues. So just to not sort of expand our wings too much as far as priorities, I'd be willing to, the housing reform, policy reform, we're continuing to work on that. It's obviously, it's a priority from 2025 that we're finishing up. But I'd be fine not having it on here, knowing that we're going to wrap that up soon and go with finances, roads, facilities, parks, public safety.
It's good with me.
Is that
Consensus on that? The rest of the board, those top
I
five?
just want to make sure. I just want to make sure I have it. Okay, so we had finance, roads, facilities, parks, and what was the last one?
Public safety.
And public safety. Okay, I just want to go back into my other list and see.
And finances, if I may, while you're doing that, finances would include budget revenue generation, impact fees, all those matters that were.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, no, I think that encompasses exactly what I wanted. It's just a little more clear, right? We've specified very clearly what we're talking about. So yeah, no, that all fits under. So I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, I guess
I'll make a motion that 5 priorities for 2026, finances, roads, facilities, parks, public safety.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great.
Oh, did we get public comment?
Public.
Oh, phew, thank you. Public comment, I apologize.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And on Zoom, I have Joe, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to again affirm that a top priority is recognition of the people's rights and how we must increase information flow. I know it won't be listed again, but it is important. Our right to participate is especially important. I know that's already like on a future agenda item request, but there are also more than one way to participate, and we need to increase information flow. After all, smart policy outlasts smart politicians. We need ideas and discussions. We need the people. We have all these issues that are ongoing. We could fix these. We need ideas and we need discussions. We need the people. Because what we have right now isn't working. Give us liberty, recognize our rights, and you will give us prosperity. We'll give you prosperity. We will all get prosperity once our rights and our liberties are recognized. I mean, what if a developer-backed candidate takes over? It could happen. We have to have these channels in place. These non-politician dependent, these politician independent means of communication, information flow established for the sake of the future. We could always say that we're the good side. Both sides could say that their own side is the good side. The truth is that's up to the people to decide. And I think we need to understand that there is the future outside of who's on the board right now. We need to increase information flow, and that is a priority, whether or not it's written down or not. It is a top priority. Thank you.
Next is Stacy. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. I love your list. I'm just curious, is that a ranked order or are all of the 5 priorities on equal footing? So that's my only question or clarification. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would just want to clarify that there is no ranked priority list, that these are the 5 priorities and there's no 1 through 5. Thank you.
Yes, I felt the same way. Yes.
I'm just wondering, one of the things that's not on here that we spoke a little bit about, and I know that we have had some issues with, is the employee retention. And I know that we are addressing specifically public safety here, but is there a desire from the board to maybe add an additional, and I don't know that you want to put it as employee retention or if you just want to put it as, I don't know, something else. But it might be good for us to start to kind of look at that and really give some attention to that. I don't know, but it is, as Supervisor Curro stated, we do have some real gaps and it will continue to become a problem. So whether we address it this year or in the future and adding it to this priority list. And here's the thing, just because something isn't on our priority list doesn't mean it's not a priority. It's just that we are trying to really hone in on making sure that we have accomplishments and staying really focused, because as you kind of see with all of us, there are so many things that are important to all of us. And we probably wish we could do everything. And so it doesn't mean these are the only 5 things that we're going to work on this year. We will continue working on many things that are facing our community and that are important to all of us. But we've got to get really specific. I think it helps us stay focused. It helps staff, but it doesn't mean that other things are not important or that won't be addressed during the year. And so I just wanted to say that, but I don't know if we wanted to include the employee retention. Sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Well, really quickly, just want to say, I just want to stress that, completely agree that just because something's not on the list, it doesn't mean that we're doing the house, we're going to keep doing the housing, and we're going to work on employee retention. I think we do have a pretty good list here. And I just want, just stress that there's going to be a lot that we're going to work on that may not be these top 5 things exactly. So go ahead. Supervisor Curran?
I just want to point out, we aren't going to be able to do anything if we don't solve our fiscal. And so fiscal, I knew where you were going and I got there first. He called me first. So that is part of employee retention. And if we keep hammering that our fiscal house in order and revenue generation, that is going to equate to being able to support our employees. And I hope the employees understand why we have to do that before we can actually address them.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. We all found out last year how the structure was, the financial house here, and we all agreed that we're going to attack this and get this right, and we all have done a good job at doing it. There's a lot of work to it, but that's what builds the structure so we can move forward and put the right money in the right places. So that's through the financial part.
100%. So we have a first and a second, right? Can we do roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kuzmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Great. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 3.3, authorize one county representative, Supervisor Angela Curro, Board of Supervisor for District 4 to travel to DC to attend NACO. Supervisor, is there any CEO, is there a?
Yes, we reviewed the budget. As you recall, we reduced the amount of the budget that we have last year for traveling. So we review our numbers and we able to accommodate the request from Supervisor Curro, not entirely, but the flight, the registration, and the hotel are covered because we have other conferences that we have requests for. So I just want to make sure that we have enough. It's a little left still, but it's feasible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Great. Board members?
I just want everyone to know, because this request is slightly different from my original request, I was able to, because of hounding the Washington Hilton where the actual conference is and calling them like every day, they reduced all of their rates and opened another outside of NACO to be able to allow us to get in there. So there is a small increase from what my original request was. I think it was, I'm not really sure. That hotel that I was gonna have to travel from I was gonna have to pay for, travel to it. But this is actually at the Washington Hilton, and it's not that enormous rate that they had originally quoted, which was like $5,800 for the whole week. It's only $2,200 if I remember right. So even if you could just pay what the other hotel was, I would be fine with that. Any contribution towards it is very much appreciated. So if there's enough for that, but I don't want to keep anyone from other travel requests.
I just want clarification. The amount that you submitted last week is not the total amount.
That's the total.
Yes, that is the total.
That's the total.
That's what we added to the.
Yeah, I gave it to you for this instead of the other amount. It just doesn't match. I don't want you guys not to be looking at what my request was from my initial agenda item request to what this is. The changes, I got into the hotel.
Yes.
And I don't have to sleep in a twin bed. Yes. Sorry, really excited about that.
Mr. Chair, I think you said bunk bed last time, maybe, but
That's right.
and I said
No,
get a
it's
normal
not a
hotel.
bunk bed.
So
I thought it was a cot.
So yeah, I'm going to support it. I just, I think you should sleep in a normal hotel. But just to make sure that there's, if supervisors can have the opportunity to maybe provide a line of communication because of the Brown Act, maybe through the CAO on just suggestions for considerations for when you go, area topics of concern to see if there's any opportunities. And I could certainly, call you as an individual. The couple that come to mind for me, one is, I think we talked about this recently, was the road, the $7.6 million. If there's any opportunities to find somebody to have a conversation about, urging toward getting clarity on the ability to use that money as much as possible on repaving and restriping as opposed to traffic calming mechanisms, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely. And this was a conversation I actually had with the chair, and I was really happy to see the item come forward with the priorities, because that does help. I am in complete agreement. It's very hard when all of the funding is being restricted. I think overall, one of the themes, if the board agrees with any negotiations or any, advocacy that we do, is that we're trying to keep as much control locally as possible on all funding, not where it's not being earmarked, because that really restricts rural counties. And that is the theme of the Rural Caucus right now. They had a really great meeting, and they're very focused on being able to have rural counties have more say of where their money is being spent.
Supervisor Stella?
I'm really supportive of it. I've attended the conference. I've seen the benefits that come back to the county, as well as I'm sure while Supervisor Curro is there, she'll probably meet up with Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren and hopefully maybe get into Senator Padilla. But all of those relationships and conversations make a huge, huge difference. And I think it's important, like in order for us to get stuff done, to get these funds from the federal government and state, we've got to have those relationships. And now that we don't have a lobbyist, it's kind of on us to do that work. So Supervisor Curro, I am incredibly grateful that you are willing to go back there, that you took the initiative, that you booked it yourself to make sure, hey, even if the county is not going to pay for it, this is important to our county. This is my commitment to this county. And so I appreciate that proactive kind of advocacy on your part. I think there's a huge benefit. So I move to approve the item as recommended.
Okay, there's a first. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Can I ask, Mr. Chair, is it inappropriate? There was something that I was told by Senator Laird's office regarding our priorities. I know we are off that topic, but can I just say publicly, because we don't have a lobbyist, you brought up the not having a lobbyist portion. Senator Laird's office wants us to keep a very close list of any of our asks that we've done in the past. He is the budget chair for the state this year, and so we need to have everything by the end of March. Make sure that both Speaker Rivas and Senator Laird are very aware of what our asks are. And because we don't have a lobbyist, I don't think we've actually talked about that. So
we can prepare a letter with the requests and the 5
and then bring it
priorities, bring it to the board for the adoption, and then we send it out to them.
Yeah, I meant to do that during our priority so that we were doing the ask. I apologize.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, move on to 3.4, discuss the San Benito County Old Courthouse remodel project and authorize staff to proceed with current contract as stated. So,
Good morning. Just want to brief you a little bit before Steve comes on board. We have met with the insurance company last week to walk through the facility for them to see the real picture, because somehow in our conference call, it was an assumption that the cost to rehab this building would be minimal. So what we did, we invited the departments that were originally there, as well as building inspector, to address the potential issues that we might have during the rehabilitations and then we will follow up we follow up with the insurance company. We have an insurance adjuster as well, and Public Works team. And we all agree that in order for us to move forward for this project, we need a preliminary engineering report. And for the sake of the conversation and the explanation, what a preliminary engineering report does is identifies the needs, the option, provides options about rehabbing the building, and also provides an estimated amount of how much it's going to cost to do the rehab and potential environmental impacts. In my experience, that's the best course to be able to begin a construction project. And so I requested Steve to prepare a staff report because my understanding last year you held all the progress in that building because of the financial situation, but now we feel that it's more comfortable for us to continue with the project. And in order to come back and start the project again, we need your authorization to continue with an $84,000 that was set aside for the preliminary engineer report and an assessment so that we can work with the insurance company, let them know in advance what is coming their way, and see if we have an agreement before we continue with the large contract. There was another contract for $900 and something thousand to actually develop the plans. But before we move forward for that option, I'm requesting your authorization through Steve to do an assessment first, to find out what we need in that building, to identify the potential issues, and then come back to the board once that we meet with the insurance company with a plan so that we can move forward. Other options are also explored to move the library downstairs, which is the base, the first floor. Based on the conversation that I've been having with staff and Public Works and the assessor's office, it looks like the lower level is not eligible for moving the library to that facility because of the size. We will not be able in compliance with the expansion that is required by the grant funding. And so I want you to keep that in mind. So there was some assessment done, and per the assessment, which Steve is going to explain in a few minutes, the amount of square footage on the bottom of the building is not enough to move the library on a permanent basis to that first floor of the old courthouse, but rather to look for other options. So I'm just want you to brief you about that. I already explored that option as well. So if you want to continue, Steve, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And the good news with what the CEO just mentioned, we actually went through an RFP process for architectural and design services to remodel the courthouse to be used for the staff that was impacted by the fire. And we received 9 proposals. We have a top-ranked firm, ABA Architects. The board actually approved, as the CEO just mentioned, a preliminary contract for $84,915 to do the assessment that the CEO just mentioned, which is a preliminary design, preliminary assessment. However, that was paused due to budget constraints. However, when we met with the insurance company, they have provided us with some funding. And so, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we were going to utilize that funding from the insurance company to proceed with the $84,000 contract that's been on pause per the board's approval.
That is correct. This is not coming from the general fund. This is funding that we have set aside as payment from the insurance.
Yeah. And I'll pause there. I can talk more about libraries and courthouses and those type of things, but maybe I'll pause there for questions or...
I would just say finish up and then we'll go to public comment and then we'll do all our questions.
Okay. So yeah, as was mentioned, I think just to refresh all of our memories, we actually received authorization using ARPA funds to locate library staff into the courthouse. And as was just mentioned, the current library grant is about expansion. The $15 million grant is about expanding the footprint of the library. If we were to use only the bottom floor of the courthouse, which only has 12,000 square feet, we'd actually be shrinking the footprint of the library, which would then obviously not comply with the requirements of the grant. So we looked at using both stories, 2 stories, and that could get us up to about 24,000 square feet, which is actually larger than the current expansion of about 18,000 square feet. So the current library expansion plans is, I'm rounding, about 18,000 square feet, just to expand the current library, and that's a whole separate discussion, but we've made a lot of progress in that regard. Using both stories of the courthouse would get us to 24,000 square feet and would, quote, qualify for the grant. However, that cost, the minimum cost to use both stories of the courthouse as a library would be $24 million. It would require additional staff. The courthouse configuration actually was not actually preferred by the staff because there's a lot of large concrete walls and things in the current courthouse that is not necessarily preferred, I'll say, by library staff. And so we'd actually have to increase the staff of the library just to use both floors of the courthouse. So I'll pause there, and I'm ready for questions. So.
Great. Can we go to public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. I have no public comment.
Great. Any supervisor want to start with questions, comments?
I can
Go for it.
mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did have the pleasure of walking the old courthouse the other week to look at the bones of the structure. I have a lot of experience in the construction, and there's a lot of things I saw in there. It's a pretty beefy building, I would say, at the very least, and I was surprised at the potential that is still there. I think what we need to understand, all of us here, is we did prioritize some of the facilities. We talked about this, but we need to understand what we really want to happen and where. I would say right away, there's a conversation about maybe the elections department being on the first floor. I don't know if that's the best fit. If elections department maybe should be in another location, because you want that facility for where the public is going to be coming daily to use it. And elections department, of course, people do use it, but not on a daily basis. My question right off to you, we know the footprint's 12,000 square foot, 24,000 between both floors. What is a grant requiring for the library? How many square feet is that grant requiring? Are they requiring 18,000, or is that a goal that somebody set?
No, it's actually required to expand the existing library by, we actually put 5,000 square feet. So the minimum we need is 16,000-ish square feet. So the bottom floor of the courthouse would not be.
Right, as it exists now. So that's, right. I want to make sure, a lot of times we start talking over the years, things expand and square footages and a lot of ideas keep expanding. So what I want to know personally is exactly what the requirement is, if we could find that and get an update for all of us to know what that requirement is to meet that grant level. Because that building, there's always potential to expand out also. So there's ways to do this if we're thinking these things through. We're talking about assessor's office, treasurer, perhaps planning. There's different ways to use that building in a lot of ways, and leaving it more as an open concept really saves a lot of money on this to do the things we want to do. And again, make it more convenient for our residents to get to the services they need to get to. So I think there's a lot of planning. This board really needs to step back and take a good look at what we want to do, because once we commit to something, we can move forward quickly. And that's the change here. Is not that we're not going to move or take square footage from this or that, but as we make a commitment, we go. And I think if we do that, we can move really quickly and aggressively on the library this year and the other building, or the courthouse building, or how we work on them both. What do we do with the existing building, the library? What's that footprint exactly? What was the idea of expansion on that? Because whatever we do is going to cost millions. I looked at this building. A new elevator is going to be required, new electrical, new plumbing, fire sprinklers. But if we plan well and we can keep it into one area where we don't have as much of an expense, because again, it can be an open setup here. It can be a really nice building when it's done. But I want to make sure we're careful, because you mentioned 24 million as an example, and that Obviously, it's not something that I know we have, but I know there's funding that we do have. And if we're wise about it, we can get a lot of stuff done. If we get that new library done, we can get this work done. But we have to be very, very focused on how we're going to accomplish it and what we're going to do. Because whatever commitment we make, the decision, I can guarantee you all that halfway down the road, we're going to say, oh, we should do this or we should do that. This is what will destroy our budget in an instant. And we're going to have to take what we decided whenever we make that decision and just go forward and understand, the perfect dream is never going to happen, but we can get a dream done. And so I want to make sure the board is really informed, again, footprint, requirements, and the final decision on who's going to go into that building as we can make it work. Because again, if it's just, we need 3,000 or 4,000 square feet more, 5,000 for the library, there's ways to expand that building to the outside. So let's look at it and make sure we come with the final decisions here real quick, because I want to make sure all of us I know want to make sure we're getting these projects done and moving this year.
Okay. Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. Okay, I want to make sure that I'm very clear on what we're doing here. So we're being asked to kind of re-engage. We already approved this contract back in, last year sometime. But we paused because of our budget constraints, but we're being asked right now to restart it.
Correct.
Is there a plan that staff has started to work on? I know we opened with the CEO saying that the previous departments that were there were included in this. But now I'm a little bit confused because I feel like I heard Supervisor Velasquez, and it sounds like we were just told that it won't work. I hear what you're saying. And I was on the facilities committee for a minute, and I feel like we did kind of look at that and, okay, what if we expanded out to the pillars? So I want to be very clear right now, what exactly are we? We are unpausing a contract that we already approved, but we are not looking at the library going in that facility right now. What we are looking at is the current, or the previous departments that were housed there is what is being considered to go back in there. And so we are hiring this architect to draw up the plans that work for those departments to go back into that facility. Am I understanding this correctly? Because I just want to make sure that, like, I heard you and I hear what you're saying, but I want to make sure that I feel like that's a whole nother discussion. And it gets me thinking, we dissolved the facilities committee last year. And since the facilities are a priority for us this year, and it's sometimes really hard to have these in-depth conversations and go into all the different things and the tours, et cetera, when it's the full board, does it make sense to re-up kind of the facilities committee again, potentially, because they're a priority for us this year? And we do have some of these items to discuss. So I want to be very clear exactly what we're being asked today. And I agree with you. I want to get it right 100% because I want to make a decision and then let's go, right? I feel like we've kind of been spinning our wheels a little bit on some of this. So that's one of my questions. My other question is how much funding, I know how much funding we have for the library expansion, but how much funding do we think that we are going to receive from the insurance for the fire that was at that building? And will all of this be covered with what we're going to receive from the insurance?
That's exactly what we need to do, a preliminary assessment, because we don't know at this point how much it's going to cost. So the request from the insurance company, we have a Zoom meeting with the insurance company. We also have an adjuster that help us through the process. And in order for them to make a decision on which items are valid to be replaced and which items are not, we have to prepare a preliminary engineering plans or This is not final plans. This is not the final call. This is just to give you an idea how much it's going to cost. What are the options that we have? What are the things that we need to address that are out of compliance now that the building is open? Now it needs a reconstruction. So in order for us to do that, we need to unpause the $84,000, not the $900-something thousand engineering company that was selected, but only the $84,000. And so I understand the concerns about whether the building should go back, but remember, one of the things that was mentioned during the meeting is that insurances cover a like for a like, meaning if those three agencies were there at the beginning, this could be an option for them to go back. However, we also wanted to explore the possibility of the library.
Gotcha.
But to my understanding, because I spoke with the librarian, I spoke with Steve, and I reviewed some documents, that facility, the bottom floor, doesn't meet the terms of the grant. And I'm talking to Austin to send me back the grant application so that we have a full understanding. I wanted to see it in writing. I was told by the staff, both of the staff members, that the building was not meeting the minimum requirement for the grant.
I really appreciate that clarification and that information. So the way that I understand it, you need this $84,000, which is a piece of the original contract. This is for the initial and is going to tell us like for like. Then we will be able to submit that to insurance. Then we'll know how much we're receiving for insurance. Yes. Then at that point, we can have these further discussions about, is this the plan that we want to do, or is there something else maybe that fits, whether it's the library, whether it's an expansion of the elections department, whatever department, right?
Yes.
Based on that, then we can make some really informed decisions because we will know how much we're receiving from the insurance.
Yes, right now we're in the limbo. We don't know what is available. We don't know how much it's going to cost.
Gotcha.
It can cost $2 million. It can cost $10 million. We don't know.
Okay.
Right.
So okay. Thank you. Sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on your comment and the CO, in June, we studied if we could expand the bottom floor of the library to meet the grant requirements out into the street, on, putting in walls and a new.
No, I remember all those discussions.
All those things. And we concluded that was not feasible just to use the bottom floor of the courthouse for the library. So this exercise that you just mentioned would be to look at staffing. All of us should be clear. We need to look at least major departments, whether it's tax assessor, collector, elections, others, not the library, but which departments we want to put in this building. We need to be clear about that first when we come up with our assessment for our cost. Because if, for example, we're not going to probably do this at all, but if we were going to cost for a library, it's actually more expensive because you have fund programs, you have different needs, you have different age groups. And the cost per foot to build a library in those programs is actually higher than if we're just using staff and offices and a couple counters. So we do need that clarity. But yeah, everything you said is correct. Whether it's tax collector, assessor, elections, we want to do preliminary assessment, cost assessment, submit that to the insurance folks. They'll hopefully bless that and then provide some more funding for the
Gotcha. Thank you. I really appreciate the extra explanation, and I understand it now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah. And I appreciate what Supervisor Sotelo said about Facilities Committee. I also served on the Facilities Committee, and the issue that I have, I think having it as it's a priority now for the year, I think would be really the way to go, just to have it regularly come to the board, because what I found with the Facilities Committee is that, you're really making these recommendations on these permanent / sort of semi-permanent decisions. And there's a lot of staff time that goes into it, and then they come to the board, and then there's inherently disagreement because this is such a complex puzzle. It's not a simple, choosing which project to do or whatnot. You're really figuring out a puzzle. And I just would fear that going down the committee route, there'd be a lot of staff time, and then we'd be coming back to the board and we'd be sort of, throwing the puzzle pieces on the floor again, which is what oftentimes happened in my experience. I just think having the facilities in this issue in the courthouse, the library, just as a regular item would be preferred. And as far as the departmental side of things, it would be nice to have because again, I'll go back to the puzzle analogy, and we haven't figured out that puzzle yet, is to have that list of departments and at the soonest opportunity possible to really have that conversation about fitting where those puzzle pieces go on the board. And I would like that to happen sooner than later. I agree with Supervisor Velasquez about the what the old courthouse should generally look like. I think, we have to not replicate what it was before, because what it was before was 1960s style of offices, people in closed offices. The new world we have now is open environments, fewer offices, fewer silos, and then you can get it done cheaper by going that route as well. And it's just a more welcoming environment for employees and for the public to have larger open spaces in these buildings, and we can get it done less expensive. So that's what I would prefer to see. Just less offices, less areas where people can sort of close them off from others. We need to create more of a team environment for all of our departments. And then lastly, I agree about elections as well. I'm not so sure we have to sort of assume that elections would be in that building downtown. I think elections is actually in a pretty good spot. I don't know about how the cost calculation is with all that. But there's a lot, as Supervisor Curl, I'm sure will certainly comment and may have a different opinion, but there's just so many pieces to the elections office and of the security and all those things. And to move them again, I would probably need to be convinced that that's the wisest direction. Thank you.
Well, Supervisor Kosmicki, thank you so much for the comments on the elections office. The one thing I would not speak ever on behalf of the current elections office, because I'm not in that operation, and they have completely changed to a vote center model, which is very different. But the one thing I will say, and I will advocate forever, is you can never have an elections office without a warehouse. And what did we have in that old building? We had an election office that we stole a courtroom to jury rig a warehouse. And that was not responsible, but it was the best we could do with what we had. So with that, I also agree, it doesn't make sense to put the elections office with a warehouse in the hub of our customer service area for the county. So I'm open to all ideas, including especially from the department head, from each of the department heads, since they are all elected, countywide elected department heads. Hearing their voices is very important. When it comes to the bones of that building, though, of the old Hall of Records, I feel like they are much stronger than some of our other structures in the county. I don't need to name some of the ones that are sinking in other areas of the block, but investing and having a vision for what that future could look like, I think is really where my goal is. I understand that the footprint expanding out to the columns is not big enough, but why are we limiting ourselves? What could the footprint look like? What's the setback requirements from the sidewalk? What is the alley requirements? What's the parking lot requirements? Can the first floor be expanded for a phase of the library with a second expansion in the future for additional, because we know we don't have enough facilities for all of the employees that we have. We know that people are stuck together. So I just want to know that we've looked at every option and what the long-term fiscal sustainability of any expansion, that we're going to get the best bang for our buck. I appreciate everything from the Friends of the Library and the library staff. I know that they want to serve the public the best way possible. We just need to be looking at, is the building they're in, moving them out at the dime of the county, because the grant doesn't cover the move out, is that the best scenario, or are there other options? So I agree with this and in moving this contract forward, but I want to keep those ideas in mind, those future, what could it be? Let's just kind of like blow the roof off and kind of not think of limits. Get rid of all the trees, get rid of all the benches, get rid of all the hardscape. And what options do we have? Take a clean sheet of paper and start from scratch.
Sounds
Because
great.
I do agree, I think the bones of that building are probably one of the best buildings we have in the county. You just never would realize that the structure is very good. So with that, I'm open to any suggestions from the board.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting. There's like a lot of moving parts with this one because there's so many different pieces that play together, like the puzzle mentioned. I just want to get moving as fast as we can with whatever we need to do. I agree with what Supervisor Velasquez mentioned as far as, we need to figure it out, pick out what we're doing in direction, and then we'll be full steam ahead on that. But like Supervisor Curl mentioned, it's like we need to take some time and really put all things together and decide how it's going to be best. So I don't know how we do that, what the fastest way is. I believe that we need to proceed with the contract though, so that we can get the insurance issues wrapped up. So I don't really have anything else to add that hasn't been stated. If the board members have anything.
So if I hear you correctly, we're going to have maybe 2 or 3 options coming back from this preliminary assessment. It'll be bringing back the existing facilities that were before. Number 2, potentially expanding the building in the bottom part to allow the library to be in. If it's necessary, use the parking lot or use the front end, cut those streets, something, just ideas, and the additional costs. And perhaps leaving elections where they are, and if the library is not an option because it's either too costly or it's not feasible, we can also bring other ideas about which other departments can be located in that location as well. So those are the 3 options that we might bring to you, more or less, that we can explore with the consultant.
If I can add, I agree with everything you're saying. And as I talked about, what is the current footprint of the library now? What are the plans? Just because I think as we start moving into this, these are both major projects that we all need to be working on. And I would personally prefer that we're all doing it together because these are major projects. And I think you're right, Supervisor Kozicki, that it's a lot of pieces. And every time we don't meet together, we're gonna, we should change this, change that. Think together, we all make a decision and we go. I have to say I'm concerned that the insurance is not going to cover a big part of this. And I just want everyone to be aware that there's probably only $2 to $6 million maybe, because they've already paid out quite a bit. So I think realistically, we all need to understand that because it means we're going to have to start talking about reserves, whatever we decide on. That's why it's going to be such a big decision this year to make a decision what we're doing and go, because we're going to need money. Unless I don't know about other monies that I haven't heard of since I've been here. But it's just, I want to make sure that's up front to everybody. So we make a decision that's cost effective, looks beautiful, but gets the job done all the way around. That'll last for 30, 50 years at least for our community.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I just want to reiterate that I have always supported you seriously considering the old courthouse for the library, and we've hit a lot of roadblocks. If there is a way, like Supervisor Curl mentioned, to look at using that courtyard space and maybe putting a modular building or whatever it might be, I'm not going to pretend to be an engineer or architect, that could be lower cost, use the $10 million from the grant. Maybe there's something there. And then otherwise, I just would, if no one else has any thoughts, I would make a motion to authorize staff to move forward with the $84,000 plus. So.
Was that your?
How about I make a second so you can talk?
Yeah.
I'll make a second so you can talk.
I'm just curious, I know we've kind of got this concept of, come back with kind of 3 different design options. Is that all included in this 84,000?
So the good news is we've only spent a few thousand, I think it's about 4,000. So the budget's all remaining. And so it sounds like we might have 4 options. We'll do the 3 that CEO mentioned. We'll revisit the library being there as well. So that's kind of a 4th option. But we'll do that first to say, what are the departments? What are the options before we go into the design and the assessment, if that answers your question. Yeah.
And I would just suggest bring back some of the options that we had previously. I know we had the architect work on the library expansion in that space before.
Right.
And so I think some of those are probably things we could bring back and take a look at that have already kind of been done. maybe not as expansive, but anyway, so I just wanted to make sure that as we're asking for multiple of these options now, that it was all included in what you were asking for.
It is, and we'll pause once this team here decides what are the departments and the most feasible option. We'll pause there, and then we'll do preliminary design and cost estimate based on what's decided to which departments will be there. So that's correct. It'll all be included in the $84,000.
It's more of a conceptual plan, what we're going to bring for you to make a decision.
Gotcha.
Yes, the final decision. So it's not up to us
I just wanted to make sure we didn't need additional funding because now we're asking for things instead of for
and
one
that's
thing.
that's what I mentioned at the beginning. These are not plans of design. This is just conceptual plans of what you're looking into the future, so that you can provide us with your authorization to move forward with whatever option you decide as a whole board.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, what is the timeline on us receiving back these concepts so that we can seriously start considering what are our next moves? I mean, are we thinking a month, 2 months?
So the original schedule was to provide a conceptual design with, I think it was about 2.5 months, call it 3 months. But I think what we need to do based on this discussion is do very, very preliminary department here, department here, department here, and some variations of that. So that maybe is not a month and a half, so to answer your question. And then make that decision, just like the CEO said, and then proceed to do cost estimates and things from there. So.
But it would have all 4 different concepts that we're talking about at the same time, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, because it's hard to, we're going to need to look at all 4 options.
Right.
So one is basically done, the relocation that didn't meet the requirements. So the 4th one will be to expand the building on the bottom part, the first floor, to be able to see if we can expand it to the point to agree with the grant for the library.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Crowe had a last comment.
Last comment is always just remembering, because we have new executive staff here now, that the Office of Education is a major factor, because you have to relocate the Office of Education in order to expand that building, and right now we have nowhere to relocate them. And that's a whole nother conversation, just making sure that that's always being in the background.
That's the exact reason we wanted to proceed with this assessment way back.
Okay,
thanks you guys. The reason you just mentioned, that is correct. Yes.
Great. So we have a first and a second. Can we do a vote, please?
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Great. Okay, we'll move on to our last regular agenda item, 3.5, is about the CDBG grant projects that we discussed. I think that's also Steve Blue.
Yes, this is related to the disaster funding. Last meeting, you had a presentation by Steve Blue, the Public Work Administrator, about the upcoming funding. Steve and I had a discussion during the holiday season in which to request additional funding, to request a resolution from you to potentially secure additional funding. And the way it works is the following. I don't want to give false promises. So the allocation for sure is $11.4 million. However, sometimes with funding for disasters are allocated to different jurisdictions, if one of those jurisdictions is falling behind, the state immediately try to reallocate some of those funds. So at the end of the day, they spend all the funding because they have to report to HUD, which is the Housing and Urban Development at the federal level. And so what we want to do is request your permission for $17 million to submit as an application. We identify all the projects with the acknowledgement that all of those projects may not be funded. So I would like you to consider very carefully the roles that are going to be presented to you so that you can make a decision, but also more important, to identify which ones are priority and leave the ones at the bottom, because if we're not able to secure the additional funding that the state might allow us to secure, we don't want to give you false hope. So be aware that up to the $11.4 million, those are for sure that we're going to submit to the state. The rest are going to be potential projects that we might be able to get additional funding for. Thank you.
All right, so we brought back a very brief PowerPoint. If CMAP can bring it up, please. Okay, so we have been very fortunate through requests and perhaps our politicians and perhaps some folks in this room and on the Board of Supervisors to be awarded, as the CEO just mentioned, $11.4 million that is dedicated specifically to the County of San Benito, $1.9 million for an infrastructure project that has a direct tieback to the storms that occurred in the winter of 22-23. And in addition to the $1.9 million, the federal government is giving to HCD to give to the counties, for our county, $9.6 million for mitigation type projects, which will help mitigate future disaster issues, future disaster evacuations, but just to mitigate, to kind of plan for the future, essentially. So the project list that was presented the prior board meeting included for the direct tieback project to be Lovers Lane reconstruction, and that includes reconstruction of the road and the drainage adjacent to the road, as was mentioned previously by public comment. So that's our recommendation. And 2 years ago, the county made a request to FEMA for this funding. And 2 years ago, FEMA said, well, we don't think it quite qualifies for disaster funding. However, very good news is that there has now been funding available to install that project if the board so desires. So that's the recommendation from staff for the $1.9 million. And then we do have, we around it, $9.4, $9.5 million for mitigation type of projects. And those include, they can be a planning project or they can be an infrastructure project, anything that can help minimize the impacts of future disasters. So the current list, in order of priority, as is important, as the CEO just mentioned, there's a segment of Shore Road that we did not have funding to complete previously. We completed Shore Road from Fraser Lake Road to San Felipe, but there's a segment of a little over a mile from between Fraser Lake and Highway 25 that could be used as an evacuation route, and that's how these roads were identified. They're evacuation routes during an emergency. The second project is Salinas Road. As you go up and over the hill, there's a mix of concrete and some asphalt, and we're going to follow kind of County Monterey's previous improvements to their plans. We're going to resurface and rebuild the shoulders. So the Salinas Road project would be $4 million as an evacuation route out of the county. Then to prevent future flooding, we recommend allocating $500,000 to clean up the downstream portion of Pacheco Creek, downstream of the Lovers Lane Bridge. Right now, half of the creek flows really well. The other half does not. And so we're recommending $500,000 to clean up that portion. We also had flooding issues in San Juan Creek, which is in San Juan Bautista. And it's, as you're on 156 and you're entering into the main Alameda for San Juan Bautista, there were some flooding issues there. And one thing I do want to mention, the county's trying to be proactive. Some of these properties, the county, don't own the property or the creek. But HCD has said, if you can work with property owners and help clean up their areas that have perhaps not been maintained over the years, then HCD said, that's absolutely fine. You can do that. So I want to be clear with even Pacheco Creek and with San Juan Creek, we're helping creeks that are going through property that the county technically doesn't own and is not responsible for, but we're trying to be proactive. On that same vein, Pacheco Creek and Lovers Lane and San Felipe Road, when there's large storms, that area tends to flood. And so in looking through and exploring various grants over the years, the number one response that keeps coming back to us is you need to do a watershed study. You need to study the hydraulics of the watershed. How much water occurs during a certain storm event? Can the creek accommodate that water? Will it automatically overflow the banks? Are the levees sufficient? All those things before you can even apply for a grant to address some of those issues that might exist today, you have to do a watershed study of that area. So that's a planning grant, but that's part of, as an option for this funding. Cienega Road, one of our emergency evacuation routes, when you study, if you're on Union and you're trying to get to South County, you can go through Cienega. There's one section that's we've been trying to fix, and it's been slow and frustrating, but it is an emergency evacuation route in our opinion. And before I even go to the last one thing that we've been working with HCD every week, we've been meeting with them every Friday, and we're saying, these are our projects, these are our projects. Once the board gives direction today about their priorities on projects, the next step is to submit those projects to HCD in the month of February. They will review the projects. So there's no guarantee that all these projects or any of these projects will be approved by HCD. However, we've been going through them every week, every Friday, so they're aware, and they think we're on the right track for each of these projects. So, but I just want to let you know the process. It goes back to HCD. We actually submit, after today, we'll submit if you approve the resolution, we'll submit the resolution. We'll submit the project list and some other information that goes with each of these projects. And then HCD will review that and say, yes, these do meet our criteria for the funding. So Cienega Road is one of those, 2.4 million. It's kind of the middle piece from Mudstone Ranch to Bird Creek. And we're actually gonna we have additional funding that is gonna be utilized for that, the Cienega Road funding that comes from some of the local users of that area. We have about, I think, 1.7 million of funding for that. So they'll be combined for that segment of Cienega Road. And then the last road is King City Bitterwater Road. If you're in South County, south of Pinnacles, and you want to jump over to 101, the only route out really is King City Bitterwater Road if you want to head west. And to rebuild that road would be $5.6 million. And so I shall pause there for questions.
So one thing that we have to consider when we're doing the cleanups and property that doesn't belong to the county or that the county has not right away is that we're going to be working with county council to request a permission from the owners, but we can be facing obstacles when some homeowners may not, or property owners may not be willing to allow us to get into it. So our plan is to prepare for all of them to work with us. But I want to make sure that you understand that potentially there might be property owners that don't want the county to be in their property. So I have worked with cleanup projects in the past, funded by HCD, and they understand that we need to have the authorization from the property owners to get into the properties because it's private property. But for the sake of this grant, to prevent additional overflooding, it's viable. So usually public funds are not used in private property. But in this case, because of the nature of the grant, it's allowable. The other thing I want to mention too is it seems, and correct me, Steve, if I'm wrong, number 7, the City Kings Bitter Water Road, that's the one that is going to be subject if we receive additional funding, right?
That is correct.
Yes. And the other thing that you might consider as well is that although we have an amount set aside for each one of those projects, some of them may go up, some of them may go below the projected amount. So keep that in mind. It's not necessarily the full amount. I just want to be as open with you so that you don't expect to have the exact amount of funding. And maybe we can stretch the fundings for additional work. Just want to be upfront with you. Thank you.
Steve, were you all concluded then?
I am.
Okay, then let's go to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Bill.
Hello, board. My name is Bill Florick. I am a lifetime resident on Lovers Lane. Part of my property actually borders the creek. Actually, I'm third generation there, so I've been there quite a while. Seen quite a degenerative creek happen. Currently, there's debris. It's right there by. There's debris all the way through from as Steve mentioned, from Lovers Lane Bridge on. I guess it's westward, right? Yeah. So the debris by the creek, by the bridge is, just going to get bigger. The more water comes down and the river gets angry, it's just going to get more debris, and it's just right there at the bridge, and that's not going to work very well. But also, I'd like to mention that I'm also a member of the Pacheco Stormwater District as a trustee. There are some residents that came in yesterday, actually, into our meeting, and they voiced some concern about their safety. And included in their voice of concern were a couple of handicapped people. So that really raises the issue there, I think, in that regard, as safety needs to be considered in that regard for the flooding that occurs. Also, we definitely need to work at the elephant one bite at a time. As Stephen mentioned, the watershed study, we need to get started with that. And certainly hope you need to have your approval to get all this rolling along. Yeah, thank you.
Next on Zoom, I have Rochelle. You've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. I'm going to call the next person and then I'll come back to you. City of San Juan, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. This is Councilmember Morris Lopez. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I looked at your list and I'm just wondering if maybe I perhaps missed something, but I know there was talk last year regarding the road to the San Juan Canyon Road. That is still an issue and a road that I believe in District 2 needs to be looked at for future repairs and cleanup. And the other issue, or the other road, and I think this has been approved, if I'm not mistaken, is to start the work on the San Juan Highway. This is a road that leaves San Juan Bautista that goes past Anzar High School and also the Taylor Farms company. There has now been severe erosion of the middle striping. So if you drive out of that, on that road, which a lot of us locals do drive on that road to go north on 101, there's actually no lane distinction now, and it's really scary at night. There's no lane marking, there's no reflective paint. So hopefully that can be part of the road repair with this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to Rochelle. Go ahead and unmute yourself and hopefully we will be able to hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, can you guys can hear me, yeah? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, okay. My name is Rochelle. I'm a district trustee for Pacheco Stormwater District and also a private ranch owner along the Pacheco Creek. And just wanted to add our support or our hope in prioritizing for the suspension of the funds that are allotted for those projects, which would, help the creek greatly. I wanted to reiterate that we're a proactive group. Since resurrecting in 3 years ago, we're getting results by what we've already accomplished through cleaning out the creek. A lot of work to be done, as Bill Florek stated, and we also would like to move towards, getting funding for maintenance projects as well. So we're alive. We want to get things done, and we hope to get a priority on the funding. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Supervisor Sotelo.
Sure, thank you. Really quickly, I'm supportive. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I do have a question though. On item 3 and item 4, it was the $500,000 to clean out the different creeks. What are we going to do differently to make sure that the creeks stay cleaned out. I think that's been kind of a challenge, right? And so allocating $500,000, I think is much needed, and we need to do it. But I think we also need to be thinking about what can we do annually or however to ensure that we don't get ourselves back into this place again of having kind of just creeks that are completely filled with debris. I don't know what the answer is to that, but I do want to give consideration that we at least think about that as we're doing this, because it's a lot of money, and they will fill with debris quite quickly again, right? If we don't stay on top of it. And so supportive. I appreciate all the work that you and your team are doing and working with HCD. I look forward to us getting some of these things done. I appreciate the call in and talking about some of the challenges on some of the other roads. But if there's anything that we can do, striping, anything like that is always very much appreciated. I understand that doesn't specifically correlate to this specific plan that you're doing, but those are still very important. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, so I support this list. Just we'll continue to emphasize whatever we can do to move this forward, as get this going as soon as possible, along with the other projects that are already on our plate. I will continue to support hiring a project manager to make sure that there's a focus on these particular projects and allows our public works staff to attend to other things, since they're have a lot of things on their plate. I would like to see some of this investment or other dollars used toward project management. Just want to reemphasize, the urgency to advocate with the feds on the 7.6 million that I mentioned earlier. If we could combine a portion of that with this, we could really go a long way in the next couple of years. I want to clarify, San Juan Canyon Road has not gone away. We got to regroup, basically. We had some severe budget issues. So, we'd love to get all of our roads fixed immediately. It's just not realistic. We have to phase these out and really set the tone for not only this year, but future years and future boards and future generations of boards, where there's an expectation that there's a structured approach where dollars are invested year to year into our roads. So we're not in this situation again, 20, 30 years down the road. We'll also just mention that San Juan Highway was brought up. We have a contract for San Juan Highway. There's, my understanding, there are some issues that arose, unfortunately. I've been very frustrated with San Juan Highway and Union Road, but those are the two projects that are basically contracted out now. So the board, we have essentially approved those projects. San Juan Highway, this is the third summer in a row when this county has committed to doing San Juan Highway. And so I just want to reemphasize again, whatever roadblocks there are in the way, we need to get those addressed as soon as possible. And Union Road in particular, San Juan Highway is in my district, Union Road's partially in my district. Union Road is, along with San Juan Highway, which is this very, very significant safety issue, next to a school, San Juan Highway. Union Road, we all hear about it. I don't even have to ask. I know we all hear about the striping, the dangers of the road. We got to get these things moving. And the public is not going to accept that we commit to these projects and we somehow get in a position where we never follow through. And so we got to find a way. And I think having a project manager come in and help with the roads. I would like to have a broader road conversation, if possible, if it's possible at the next meeting, even just sometime in the next meeting or two, so that we can go over these issues. But I would hope that the San Juan Highway issue in particular is resolved before then, because I don't know what to tell the public anymore when I'm asked about this, because again, third year, this year in particular, we were told August 15th, then we were told early September, then it was October, and now here we are in January. And it's just very frustrating. And then Union Road, because of the volume of Union Road, we can't have any excuses for this stuff. We just got to get it done. Other communities get roads built. So there's something going on here. And they can't just be this engineering thing for every single road. We just got to get these things done and moving. And then just generally, I totally get the concerns. We've got dozens and dozens and dozens of roads to fix. So this is a start. And, I was just asked about Rocks Road, by somebody. We all have roads in our district that we're asked about, I'm sure, regularly. And we just have, unfortunately, we can only start with the roads that we're starting with and move through the list. So, but I do support the list. I think it's a good list considering the amount of money that we have, the impact that we're going to have with the dollars that we're using, and the fact that they do fall under the emergency stipulations in the grant. Thank you.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Thank you. A lot of work to do here. I think it's a good list. I think this board has worked really well together to get onto the highway issue throughout the county. Mr. Kosmicki, you're right. We can't accept excuses any longer as far as getting these roads done. I think we had a good plan together. Union Road, I hear, is going to be starting within a month to the latest as they finish their studies. So we're going to make sure we stay on that. San Juan, the road you're talking about, Mr. Kosmicki, has to start. That's been on the board too long, so we got to get going on that one. Lover's Lane, we see here, extremely important. That's number one on the list. We're going to get that done. The studies that we just talked about are crucial to make sure we're minimizing the times flooding occurs in the area. And I've said this every time I bring this up. It doesn't mean it stops flooding because this is a flood zone, but it's important that we're ahead of the game. Supervisor Sotelo, you asked a really important question, and that is, how do we make sure we're keeping it clear? How do we get access? And Attorney, while you're speaking to some of the property owners, we have to find a permanent way to access these areas, whether that's an access road along the banks of it. What can we do to make sure it stays clear so we can continuously monitor the area? Because all it takes is 1 year where we don't catch somebody dumping a bunch of debris into the creek, and the next year, that winter, the floods, the storms come, and now we have flooding again. So we got to make sure every year we're paying attention. We got to be ahead of the game here. No more waiting for the floods to happen, because they're going to happen. We just don't want them to be as disastrous as in the past. So that's important. We've talked about roads, especially those going out of the community in case of an emergency. We're solving that with Salinas, Cienega, King City, I think is a really important road to get out. I said before, I drive it sometimes, and I find myself driving on the other side of the road as if I'm in England, because it is so bad. And as cars come through, I have to weave to the shoulder and hope I survive that side. In between, I'm hanging around the middle. So these are things maybe at your conference, we can try to get funding from some of our representatives, because these are really should be funded by state dollars, because it's important for them to make sure our residents have escape routes in case of emergencies. So that would be important, along with Piscinas, to try to get funding to get those done. But I think at the end of the day here, this is a good start. I think as a board, we have to start looking at how we're going to allocate dollars every single year for our roads. I think the mistake made in most governments is we wait for the road sales tax or whatever tax comes in for it. And I've warned everybody, it's never even close to what we really need. And as a board, we have to allocate dollars, which is hard. I get that too. But we have to allocate a certain amount of the budget every year. And the numbers I've been running are somewhere about 8% of that budget, 8 to 10%, to make sure every single year we have roads covered and infrastructure issues. Otherwise, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, we'll fall into the same routine. We'll never find the money until they get so bad they cost us millions, as what we're experiencing right now. And this is not what we ever want to be. So I want to make sure we get through these. It's a good start. I want to make sure we are all staying on top of this to get these things done. And but it's a good start for this year. So I want to make sure we finish up getting the approvals. I know there's an effort by some people for some reason to even stop this from happening. I just don't understand how a few members of our public can go out there, try to contact the state to get them to deny us this dollars. It's just beyond. And we need to make sure the public understand this is for the benefit, and we have a good housing plan, so people should not be trying to stop this. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I don't want to reiterate a lot of the things. I will say, Supervisor Kozmicki, I totally agree with your frustration. When I got elected on this board, I was told that year before I got on the board that Cienega was going to be fixed. That's what Bob Tiffany said to me. And we're still sitting here talking about Cienega Road. And what we have planned will hopefully be enough, but there's just no way that businesses can actually move forward if we don't fulfill some of these obligations, and that's our tax base. So it really concerns me. I'm not going to beat a dead horse here, but always remembering, even though there were floods out at New Idria, there were road damage out there. I know it's not a high populated road. One of the other items that I do want to discuss when I'm in DC is the fact that we replaced New Idria, and then the feds came in and the trucks destroyed it. So if I could get a little more from Steve before I go to DC in February, I would really love that. Because it's really sad that we're investing money and then in a blink of an eye, that investment is gone. I do agree we have to be looking long-term, but also we have to be looking at roles. I'm very happy and thankful that Pacheco stormwater, there's 2 districts out there, is active. We need to make sure that their role and the county's role are understood and that we're complementing each other and collaborating. And I think it's a great example of how, because it's a property owners district is my understanding, but making sure that property owners also understand what they're buying when they buy their properties. You stated, CEO, the liability for private properties if some people do not allow us to be on there. That one property could back up the creek and cause the flooding. That liability has to be known and understood. And council, I know you know that. So if they're going to be saying no to help from the government to help them ensure that there's no flooding, that liability now falls on their shoulders, not our shoulders. I just need to say it, because anyone that's going to turn away the help of a flood zone area is not thinking about others. They're thinking about privacy, and I don't understand that. It doesn't make sense. When it comes to the hierarchy, though, so I know South County doesn't have the amount of cars, and I agree, Union Road has got to get addressed, or else it's just going to become political suicide for all of us up here. But when it comes to the hierarchy of this, if there is an overage in 1 through 5, it is not assumed you're taking the money from number 6. Or is it? Because I want to make sure I understand. Let's say Shore Road ends up needing $2 million. So you lose 0.4 or $400,000. Are we taking that from the Salinas Road? What is our contingency when these roll over? When they don't exceed their budget amounts, great. That benefits all of the projects, if not more. But what happens if they go over, and how are we prioritizing? Because I'm at the bottom of the list,
So
and I feel that's where it's going to be cut.
My recommendation will be that before we move forward for any of those projects, once that we have the estimated amount from an engineering company, come back to the board and mention that whether we have a shortage or more funding is needed, we'll come back to the board for you guys to make the decision.
Okay.
For the board to make the decision. Well, it's not up to us, it's up to you.
I just want to make sure that there's no assumptions in any of this that we're approving today. I am very grateful and saddened. San Juan Canyon is always going to be something that we have to bring back. Any of the roads, just like the prior supervisors have stated, any of the roads that we know we need to come back to, they're all priorities to us, but unfortunately we need to hit the high traffic zones area, and this funding is only where there's been damages, so we need to make sure that that's noted too. when it comes to maybe looking at a long-term safety easement that could happen in some of these creeks that need to be cleaned out, and do an overall easement that would stop this having to ask over and over every time we need to go into the creeks to do stuff. If we could come up with some sort of an easement agreement that would allow something to happen. It's just a thought. Besides that, I support the list, and I am also very frustrated though, and I support a project manager coming on specifically for this to be able to ensure that these projects are moving forward. So I agree with my colleagues.
Sure, I can say one more thing.
Go for it.
I would say all valid, and I think as a board, we have to all commit to 1 through 6 if we do get to this grant money. Even if we are short, we have to commit to it, and we have to commit to having it done this year. So I think bringing in outside help is going to be a critical component of this. So we cannot have one person trying to manage all these jobs. I want to see multiples so we can keep moving forward, and there's no hiccups, no hesitation, no funding issues. We're going. And otherwise, we're not going to get these things done. And I want to make sure this year we're all committed to that.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. We discussed this before. I'm not going to repeat everything that we've said. I support the list. I support hiring help, whatever it takes to get all this done. So that being said, there's a few items that we need to go through for the motion here. And I just want to clarify, CEO, there's some discrepancy apparently with the resolution or the staff report.
County Council will elaborate.
The staff report mentions to authorize the CEO or designee. The resolution itself does not have a designee. It simply authorizes the CEO to execute the necessary documents. So there's no action that the board needs to take. The resolution will be approved as written, and we can move forward with the item. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion then?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the CEO to submit a grant application to HCD with the selected projects that have been presented today in the amount of $17 million, and authorize the chair, CEO, to execute the standard agreement, any amendments, and all other documents required by HCD or HUD for participation in the program.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, first and second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
All right. Fantastic. Next, we're going to be moving into closed session. And before we take public comment and go into closed session, just asking the board how we want to do this. Do you want to go straight in there? Or do we need to take some time to grab food before we go in there? Do you guys want to do this? Sure. Okay. We'll grab some lunch. Yes. So we'll do lunch and then we'll go into closed session. Sounds good. Do we have
Lunch for what's that?
Yeah, 1 o'clock sounds good. Do we have public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, great. We're adjourned to closed session.
What's the lunch for staff?
Recording stop.
CMAT, please unmute Zoom.
All right, we're good? Okay, yeah, we're back from closed session. County Council, any reportable action?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. This afternoon, the board met in closed session as to items 4.1 through 4.6. There is no reportable action except as to item 4.4. The San Benito High School District had issued a notice of default and dispute resolution letter to the County of San Benito, and the Board of Supervisors unanimously directed the County Council to issue a response back to the district. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to future agenda items. We have one future agenda item from Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yeah, so just wanting to propose bringing back the sales tax reimbursement program that was developed about 3.5 years ago. It's implemented in 2022. And just to review it, see if there's been any participation, and to consider potential changes to make it perhaps more appealing to, new businesses to the area. And just basically we developed it, several years ago. It was Supervisor Tiffany and myself, and the dollar thresholds for the potential businesses that it would apply to was very high, in my opinion, and I just would like to look at it to see if we can make adjustments. If just to review it, I think we should probably be reviewing these sorts of policy programs every year or so, either way. And it's been 3.5 years.
Great. Do we have public comment on that?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Great. I'm good with that. All right, bring that back then. Thank you. Do we need to take a motion on that or anything, right? Okay, well then that is everything. So
Well, actually, sir, go over the contract area. I'm curious about this. I did go through most of those contracts, and I want to make sure, who's in charge of these and who's approving them? Because I have questions. I want to make sure we're not getting ourselves in trouble. I think Supervisor Carl brought that up, the contracts. We need to make sure we're paying attention to these.
Yes, so we requested that all those contracts that are signed by department heads under the $10,000, which follows the purchasing policy, to be brought to the agenda as an informational item. So all those contracts were signed by the department heads, not the CEO, and are required to bring it back so that we can have a record of all the contracts that are being signed by the department heads. So this hasn't come to the board because it's under the $10,000 purchase. No, because the ones that I authorized, no. If it's a $50,000 contract that I have signed, it will be on this list as well.
Right.
Yes, you're right.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, early on in my tenure, the board made it very, very clear that they wanted us to re-examine the procurement and purchasing policy, as well as the contracts that were being executed without board approval. So we have advised county staff, I've advised my staff, and now we are enforcing all of the terms of the purchasing and procurement policy. And in that regard, County Counsel's office will see each and every contract. And we have been tasked by the CEO to ensure, for example, that the competitive procurement policies, even on contracts of 10,000 or less, are followed. And that there are, and if it is a sole source, that there is an appropriate sole source justification that is prepared by the department. So since the board raised those issues, the CEO's office and my office have been working diligently with the department heads to ensure that under the current policy, all of the requirements are currently being followed. Now, concurrently with this, the CEO and I have identified a number of of provisions within the purchasing and procurement policy that need updating, that need to be revised. Each of you at one point or another have brought your own concerns regarding the purchasing policy to our attention. So the CEO and I have a working list of all of the revisions that we are currently considering, and we will be updating that. I've also notified all the department heads at a department heads meeting that we are also going to be doing this, and I asked for their input if there are any provisions of the purchasing policy of which they're aware that they believe need additional clarification, or they're confusing, or they're too burdensome, what have you. And so I've asked for their input by March 1st. I have not received anything yet, but the CEO and I have identified a number of provisions, and so that we will be updating that policy, and it will be coming to you at some point, probably before the end of the fiscal year.
So I want to clarify something. We are making those requests to the department heads to bring us all those contracts, even if they're fall between the $10,000. But when I see this list, I noticed that some of those contracts were not brought to our attention. So it's up to the department heads to bring it on board with us. We're going to go through the list because some of these contracts were signed and I wasn't even aware. So we're going to have to amend that purchasing policy to ensure that they understand that they need to bring those items to county council for the review, even if it's less than $10,000. Because there's a provision on the purchasing policy that says about $2,500, you have to show that you had 3 quotes. But the language is vague, so I think that's the reason why they continue doing what they're doing. I'm just going to brief you about not all of these contracts have been checked by us.
So to give you just one simple example, under the current policy for contracts less than 10,000, oral quotes are permitted. That makes absolutely no sense because now we have no written documentation that any oral quotes were ever received from a vendor. So that's one change where the vendor must submit in writing their quote, regardless of whether it is under $10,000 or not. So we're going to eliminate things like this, oral quotes. There will be required documentation for every step in the procurement process.
Okay. Yeah, I went through it. There's some issues in these. Some of the insurance requirements I think are kind of low for some of the work that's being done. I'm kind of surprised on that. And I found one for Benito, giving them basically $10,000 for what? This is social media now. We can post our own things and get the same kind of coverage. I want to make sure we're not wasting money. I want to make sure that we're looking at this because I don't think this is a wise use of $10,000.
So what I would like also to request is that the departments cannot make sponsorships to any agency. That is something that the board will have to approve, because I don't think a sponsorship should be allowed at this point, especially on the financial situation that we are. And if you were to sponsor an event, you have to make it countywide, not just to a specific groups. I don't think it's fair for anybody. So I will address the issue with the department to get clarification regarding this item and come back to you.
Because this goes all in line with, and I thank you for asking the questions, this goes in line with, how are we tracking all of these? And one of the biggest challenges that has always been discussed is it doesn't matter if it is under $10,000. There should be a purchase order created that encumbers the funds, and those go through the regular purchase order process, because then we know our committed costs and we can run them through the ERP system and we can ensure that we're not overpaying a contract. It's a very simple process, but if every department is not utilizing it, you're going to have contracts that you're not going to be aware of. And commitments. And that's my biggest concern with all of this, is that just having them here is the first step. The second step is making sure that they're all connected to our financial system.
Mr. Chair. I 100% agree. I think you're totally right on that. And again, we can go through them and check which ones make sense that they're really providing service, which ones don't. Sponsorships. At this point, we can't just be giving money away. We need to make sure we're seeing an actual result from that type of work. Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? Okay. All right. Well then, we will move to adjournment. So we are now adjourned to the next regular meeting of February 10th, 2026. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.